let's hear it for Etchy with Pokemon Sword. Take it away.
He actually just came back from the rest.
I'm back.
Welcome back. You're live.
Etchy, you're actually live.
Oh, yeah, actually, she. Phrase cut off when I got back in. Hi. We are going to use some Pokemon Sword today. Welcome, everyone. Before we do any intro stuff, gotta do some time traveling. Gonna make sure this data is set correctly. Around there is fine. You don't have to worry about what exactly I'm doing here just yet. We'll explain it once the run starts, but the hardest part of this run, for me at least lately, is not accidentally starting Animal Crossing, because we did just time travel and the game will get very mad at you. So fortunately, didn't make that mistake. And we're going to pick the name of our player character, which I believe is Pig Egg. Not caps. Don't know the significance of this, but I like it. And we'll get started. Let me restart the timer. In 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Hi. My name is Etchy. I've been running this game pretty much since release. And that's all I really need to say about myself. If I can get all the commentators to also introduce themselves.
Yeah, my name is Eddaket. I've also been running this game since release.
I'm running on 3 hours of sleep. I'm PulseEffects. Here with I ran this on day 1 as well. Did a little bit of routing. It's pretty fun.
I'm wartab. I'm the guy who basically did almost all the routing in this game. And I also ran a bit. Yeah, for this.
Yeah, so this Pokemon Sword, we have a long intro to go through here before things even get started, so we can kind of explain a few of the basics of why we're playing this game, and also how the route's going to play out. First thing to probably talk about is why Sword over Shield. Both routes are competitively viable. You can get a really, really good Shield time. Right now, the fastest Sword time is quite a bit faster than the current best Shield time by like 2-3 minutes. The routes are pretty different. Eddaket can probably explain more the version differences and the route differences.
Yeah, so the main thing that you're going to see right off the bat is actually the starter choice is going to be different, as well as the Pokemon you use throughout the entire run. The Sword run is going to use the Sobble starter for the entire run, while Shield would actually grab Scorbunny and then main switch a couple times. And the main reason for that is this is actually the first set of Pokemon games where there's actually a difference in the gyms that you have. In Sword, you end up with a fighting gym and a rock gym, where in Shield, you would have a ghost type gym and an ice type gym.
Yeah, so that gym difference kind of means quite a bit. You can't really do Sobble only for the Shield route, because 4th gym leader is a ghost type gym leader, which doesn't really matter because we're water type, but the problem is he has a gym trainer that has like 3 grass type. So we're going to see, basically we can't use the Sobble for Shield for a few reasons. Grass type, gym trainer in the ghost gym, and then also the 6th gym leader is ice type, which makes it really hard to beat with Sobble, specifically the gym leader's Pokemon. Um, yeah, so now so now we're just going to get started with the intro of the game. Gonna leave our mom's house in just a second and meet our rival. His name's Hop. Kind of a jerk in the speedrun for a few reasons. We're actually gonna fight him 8 total times, and he has a great theme, but there's a few problems with Hop. Later in the run, you'll see the big problem with Hop in mid game. He kind of changes out his whole team for story reasons, which we'll explain later. But Hop's also a jerk, mainly because he has a lot of extra dialogue when you talk with him, or when you battle with him. So if you do any kind of critical move for most of the battles, you'll immediately lose 10 seconds. On top of, normally you just lose a little bit of time for having a normal crit, but if you crit Hop, he says something about it every time. If you use a super effective move against Hop,
Dude, I love
also
Galarian
wastes
Howl.
like 8 seconds. So he's kind of a jerk, but it's okay. We'll deal with it. And we actually have strats later in the run to try to minimize dialogue if possible. What else do we have to explain in early game? So, text mashing in this game is kind of intensive. There's a lot of text to go through. This game is very like fake cutscene intensive. You might have seen me turn on an option to skip movies. However, that doesn't skip any of these text mashing sections. So there's going to be a lot of times where we're going to be able to just kind of mash through a bunch of text and go through donations and whatnot. But my text mashing technique isn't anything crazy, but the only thing to know is if you hold down a button in this game, text scrolls really fast. And that's also why nicknames don't really matter in this game. You might have seen in earlier gen speedruns, we always try to name like our character or our Pokemon like one character. Really unimportant in this game.
Outside of battles,
text just pops up,
advances
even sometimes in battle instantly, so it doesn't matter if you nickname your starter or not. So in the normal run, we wouldn't even nickname our starter.
If you do set it to fast, by default it's only going to go at 4 characters per frame, but if you're holding a button, A button or B button, it's going to go twice as fast, so there's a hidden, even faster text option.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good tip for everyone who wants to play this game too. And that's also in, I think, Gen 6 and up. Is that a thing? Yeah. So if anyone wants to play their games casually faster, definitely do that. The other options we set, nothing crazy. Nicknaming, I do. Sure. Yeah. Just tell me when to do it. That's fine. So yeah, rounds we're gonna go pick our starter. It's Sobble. And we're gonna give him a nickname, which I will need if I can get the nickname for our Sobble. Whatever won the bid war. We have the nickname. Oh, do not. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, I actually do have the nickname if you're ready for it.
We don't have a start name now. We can get it soon. We can just rename it later.
Yes.
No big deal.
The nickname is Bubble07.
Oh, I can rename him in 5
That's
minutes. but you guys
amazing.
tell me.
Best thing I will hear all day.
Bubble07. Yes. Amazing. It's so good. I'm excited to see it in action. We'll have the opportunity to put that name into effect very soon, as soon as we get to our Pokemon Center for the first time. Yeah, just going through more cutscenes now is probably a good time to do a couple donations if you have any.
All right, sorry about that. Guess who muted their own mic? All right, so we do have, in fact, some donations. We got $5 from Link HS. Super Mario Odyssey incentive hasn't been met yet. Let's get a $5 train going. More games for charity. All about that.
Cool. So, our first fight of the run, going at top, like I said, pretty straightforward fight. We get our first type move later, but for now we can only just do pound on Zulu. So we can't show off the hot dialogue yet. If this starter isn't runnable,
we are looking
then
for
we can switch to backward file. Wartab, do you want to explain
decent
what I'm
special
looking
attack
for
and
in a solid?
speed, since Soul is a special attacker. So at level 5 we want ideally 13 special attack, but we can roll with 12. And speed we want to see 12 too, ideally, but we just don't want negative stats, like negative nature in either special attack or speed. Ideally we get positive special attack, because then the Sobble is going to destroy the entire game. So yeah, bless RNG for that.
Wow, first try. 15. Ooh.
Looks like we actually got it pretty good. Yeah, pretty good, Sobble. Let's see what's going to happen here, because the level 7 stats are going to decide some things as well. We have. I'm using a little program to kind of keep track of my Sobble stats. You can be able to see it on stream, but I'll do my best to kind of describe what approximately the Sobble is when I have a better idea. Hit Gorgonny and Hop Talked, and then we're going to deal with that a lot in the run.
Yeah, we don't get to do it a lot in this particular run. We mentioned earlier that Shield is going to have a different route than Sword, and we'll talk about a lot of those differences throughout the run. But in the Shield route specifically, we do actually do some fights in a different way to avoid that super effective text. One thing you're going to notice about Sobble is its primary attacking moves are going to be water type, and it's really not going to get a whole lot of coverage. Water is just such a good type, especially for this game. And so, since every hop fight is going to have his fire starter in it, you're always going to be doing some sort of super effective damage against him. Where in the shield route, you can actually avoid that.
A bunch of scripted encounters here. Nothing crazy going on. But that
That's probably why they called it Slumbering Wield.
The very slow part of the run. This run starts out a little slow, and then once we get to the first gym leader, things start to really take off, and they just throw you from gym leader to gym leader until you're at the end of the game, pretty much. But part of the reason why Sobble is so good is beyond just having good enough type coverage, not even great, just good enough. He just has a really high special attack and speed, and that makes him very effective as a starter and as our main Pokemon for the run. We don't care about attack at all, so you don't have to worry about attacking anything. Basically, I'm not going to be attacking anything for the rest of the run except for special attacks. We're going to meet our legendary Pokemon coming up here, which, unlike a lot of other Pokemon speedruns or Pokemon games, we're actually not even going to be able to catch this guy or fight him in the entire run. He's considered post-game content, so that means, unlike, say, Gen 3 or Gen 6, but only Oros, we're not going to catch him and use him as our main Pokemon at the very end. We are going to use a legendary very, very end of the run, but not this one. So this battle is just also mashing A. If there's more donations.
Wow, spoilers.
Oh, yes, there are. In fact, we have an interesting one here. We have $15 from Kid Rocker 96. Hey, Etchy, Rocker here. Gotta say, congrats on making it into GDQ. Always glad to see another Pokemon speedrunner make it. Also, can we get Wartab do your best Hawlucha cry?
Already?
There was so much
Oh my
sadness
God.
there.
Is 15 enough for you, wartab, or do you need more than that to convince you?
I'd say it's fine. Okay, how does it go? It's like.
That's so good.
That was pretty good.
I've heard that probably 10 times so far, and it never gets old for me. I don't know why wartab can do that so well, but he can.
I hear that if you donate $20, he'll also do it while emulating the petting sound you do in Gen 7.
What?
What is the petting sound?
So in Gen 7, you gotta like pet your Halucha
Right, yeah.
to basically hit the EXP boost. So it's just like that
There's,
across the
right, there's your free. There's a taste
accurate.
of what's to come, chat. There you go. We can do probably a couple more donations.
All right, sounds good. We've got $5 from Travis. $5 train honk. Yeah, looks like we are getting a little bit of going with that train there to get Mario Odyssey rolling. So, also got $20 from Chris P. Putting my money toward Mario Odyssey World Peace and actual World Peace as well. And $100 from Anonymous. First time watching GDQ live, had to donate during the Pokemon run. That's a real good time for it.
The best time. So, next thing that we're going to do in the game is we're going to start heading into our first kind of town that is in our starting area. While we're doing that, we're actually going to get into the grass for the first time, and we need to catch a Pokemon. It doesn't matter what we catch, but we prefer to see a Wooloo because it gives the most EXP. The reason why we're catching something here is because in a lot of older Pokemon games, you might remember getting some kind of tutorial on how to catch Pokemon. Like Gen 1, you pass by that guy who needs coffee first, and then he'll teach you how to catch Pokemon. We got a Wooloo, cool. And in this game, the catch tutorial skip is skippable, but it's kind of secret. Basically, if you catch a Pokemon before you even get to the catch tutorial, then you can skip it completely. So we have to really catch something here. Very important. It saves a bunch of time. But we got a Wooloo. It's actually level 5 as well. Oh, and it broke out. That is extremely unlikely.
That is the
that's
one difference.
unfortunate.
That is the one difference on the Route 1. In Gen 6 and 7, the catch was guaranteed on Route 1, which is a little known fact, but here it isn't, so...
Yes. Very.
Yeah, I remember we thought about that for the longest time because I kept catching it every time.
Very unlikely for that to happen. But
Yeah, it definitely feels like there is some sort of boosted catch rate on this first route, but yeah, it's definitely not guaranteed, as you can see.
Yeah, it would normally be like 43% if there wasn't a boosted catch rate, but it's not 100%.
Yeah, you saw I didn't even try to weaken it. I just went straight for the YOLO ball, and it worked out pretty okay. I want to say it feels like it's around like 95% or something. I've had some runs where it breaks out 3 times in a row, but that never happens pretty much. But still super unlucky. And you might have also noticed while you're walking through that route that Pokemon are now in the overworld if you haven't played this game and have only played older gen games. That's a new change in this game, and it is both nice and causes problems. One, it's make it so random encounters aren't completely random anymore, so we don't have to worry about repels, and we don't have to run into... If you don't get super unlucky, you should be able to dodge all encounters in this game. Unfortunately, the downside is that repels don't do anything in this game pretty much. They're completely useless. You probably see, if you've seen other Pokemon speedrunners buying repels pretty constantly throughout their runs because they want to minimize random encounters. For us, the repels only minimize truly random encounters, which you might see if I walk through the grass as like an exclamation point coming out of the grass. That's what's considered a random encounter. The overworld encounters are not considered random, so repels don't do anything against them. So you just have to hope you dodge, and there's some Pokemon later that are really hard to dodge. And we'll hopefully try to not get any encounters as we get there.
Yeah, and those random encounters where you see the exclamation point, the only way you actually encounter those is if you're in the area of the exclamation point after about a second after it shows up. So he's going to be able to run directly over those in some cases, and he's not going to get the encounter. So that's why.
So fortunately, it's still pretty doable to dodge everything in this game, but There's some Pokemon hitboxes that are just absurd, and they stand in really tight chokeholds, and there's just nothing we can do about it. We're gonna do a little tutorial. Well, the game's gonna try to give us a tutorial for the Pokemon Center. We're gonna say no to that, and we're gonna actually deposit our extra Pokemon. There's an EXP share on at all times in this game, which means that if we have extra Pokemon on party, they're always gonna gain EXP, and we don't want that because it's slow. So we're gonna deposit this Wooloo.
Don't forget the nickname as well.
Oh, not remember move. Sorry, you never talk to this guy in the sword run, so I always never know what to press. And shield you do.
Yeah, and one of the nice things with the shield route, which we'll definitely talk about a lot, like I mentioned earlier. This run is long. There's going to be a lot of differences. Is the first main switch you do is you catch a Growlithe and immediately evolve it into Arcanine. So at level 10, basically, you have an Arcanine. And one of the nice sort of quality of life changes they made is if you look at the learn set for Arcanine in Generation 8, it doesn't actually learn any moves via level up. All of its moves are learned at quote unquote level 1. And so in each Pokemon Center, there's a guy he's the move relearner. He'll teach you, each one of your Pokemon a move that it would have already learned via level up. So what that means is your Arcanine has access to every move that Growlithe would learn via level up at whatever level the Arcanine is. So at level 10, we have Flamethrower, Burn Up, we can get Flare Blitz, we can get Extreme Speed. Like it's a really powerful move set right away. The downside is there is quite a bit of a time investment to catch the Growlithe, to get the Firestone and all that kind of stuff.
We're coming up on our first trainer battle here, as the game is nicely pointing out to us. If you haven't played this game or Gen 7 games, you might notice something right away. And that's that I didn't even have to walk up to him. He didn't walk up to me. He just made eye contact, or he just saw me pretty much. I just walked into his line of vision. And that initiated the battle, practicing good social distancing, unlike other older gen games, which was really nice. And that's how a lot of the trainer actions are going to be. We pretty much never talk to any trainers. It's always faster or just as fast to just walk past them. Spinners in this game are kind of different. For those who know what spinners are, in older gen games, you probably have seen basically Pokemon sprites flipping like 90 degrees, and you just have to try to avoid them. We call them spinners. Spinners in this game are more like lookers and runners and walkers. They just kind of turn their head around, which is more natural and makes more sense. There's a zigzag gun up here, which is very scary because they move basically completely randomly. But we're going to do our best to dodge those spinners throughout the run. They're pretty easy to dodge. They have very predictable cycles, and as long as you don't hit any random encounters, which tend to mess up those cycles, they're pretty doable to dodge. But they're pretty inventive with the ways that they've tried to make spinners work in this game. There's one spinner who has like completely no vision, because you'll just look at his phone for a few seconds at a time, and that's when you can safely pass him. And there's a lot of little fun things like that throughout the run.
Honestly, I found that rock that you just dodged harder to dodge than a spinner.
It's hard.
I bonked at that thing so many times. It's ridiculous.
There are a couple of passes like that where you can avoid a trainer by ducking into some grass, and the grass that you have to duck into has those overworld encounters that you have to try to avoid. Overworld encounters have like 3 or 4 different AIs to them. You have Pokemon like Zigzagoon, like that was mentioned earlier, which just completely move randomly. There is no rhyme or reason for when they move or why they move. Rookidee is another one of those. And then you've got Pokemon that like to shy away from you, so you'll notice that whenever he passes a Squavit, it sort of like has tears come out and starts running away. There are also Pokemon that when they see you are just going to come right at you. And there's one route in particular where that will happen probably a lot with a girder. So we'll have to wait and see. That's going to be a couple hours in.
That should be fun. I think I have a little fun donation thing. So for every encounter that you accidentally hit, I'll drop in $10.
All right, let me go run into every single encounter through the rest of
I see what you're doing.
If it wasn't super slow,
I'll match you, Pulse.
Sounds good.
I would do that. But each encounter takes like 12 seconds, if I remember correctly. So, and that's just running away from them. It's pretty long in this game.
Yeah, and the viewers might be thinking, oh, you know, it's overworld encounters, you can just avoid them all. Let me weave you a tale of a person currently in this voice call who had like 6 encounters on a single route in the game when he was on PB pace, and also hit 2 optionals. But we'll pretend that part didn't happen. Sorry, wartab, I had to bring it up.
I still have a complaint about that, but
That reminded me of another donation incentive. I forgot to say it earlier. So crits in this game are not good for the most part unless they actually save you a turn. They lose like 2 seconds each, and hop crits, like I said earlier, lose like 10 seconds. For every crit, I will donate $2, and every hop crit, I'll do $10.
Ooh.
I'm gonna match that.
Do we want to match that instead?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's do that one instead.
All right,
That's
that
actually more
sounds
exciting.
fun.
Misfired here. Oh, this is actually a good time to talk about menuing tricks in this game too. I'm not going to do it yet. You'll see it in our next hop fight, which isn't coming for a while. But when we do that hop fight, that's when I'm going to start doing this trick called double inputting. Oh, there's the first hop crit. There's $10.
Oh boy.
Amazing. I should have waited to say that till after the hop fight, because that probably some RNG in it. But yeah, so double inputting, you're going to see it basically at the start of every battle where I'm going to use X items, which we'll explain later as well. And they just crit again. I did. Wow.
Really? Dude, Pokemon speedruns hear you.
All right, well, at least that one was
a good
useful,
crit,
at least.
and it's better to get multiple crits in a hop fight, because especially if they save you turns, because after the first crit he doesn't do dialogue anymore for the crit. I'm trying to like explain things and hop won't let me. Being a jerk.
Can you explain something? Is the importance of the growl you did
Yes,
on Voodoo?
I pressed up an extra time. I wanted to make sure that he didn't hurt me too much.
You got the double crit.
Yeah, it was
frame
just
from
a manipulation, RNG manipulation, like always.
To get the worst double text box in the game. Oh, you didn't get the double, did you?
Double what?
So like whenever you like crits at the same time as super effective text, he'll do one text after
I didn't get
another,
the double.
just to shove it in your face.
It's terrible.
It's the worst.
And the best part is he brings it back to the normal battle camera, because it'll be like, you use a super effective move. It'll say that's super effective. It'll go to Hop saying, you use a super effective move against me. What are you, a wizard? And then it'll go back to the normal battle and say critical hit, and it'll go, you critical hit. What are you, a wizard? Like, it's
It's pretty great. It's pretty great. I mean, it's awful when you're actually having a good run and then that happens and you just lose 15, 20 seconds off the bat. But it's pretty entertaining. And there's actually one other trainer who also reacts to crits like that, but I'm not going to say anything till we get there. I don't want to jinx that as well.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, this is also a really great time for donations until we get closer to the wild area. We have a lot of cutscene mashing, so.
All right, I can do that. We got a $5 donation that says, I'll hop aboard that train. Here's rooting for no crits against Hop. But also, Hop is a gem. You know you love him. And we also have $20 from Retroid119. Good luck, Etchy. Love you, gamer. Now for that wartab petting cry.
What?
The wartab petting cry.
Yeah.
So this is now where I'm gonna admit that I did not understand what you mean.
All right, I'll do the petting sounds. You do the cry. Go, go, go.
So do I actually do Halucha again?
Yeah.
Wait, is this cry different while you pet him? Is that?
No.
No, it's not. People just want to make me as uncomfortable as possible right now.
It's fine.
All right.
Beautiful. And I expect that every time we see a Halusha in the round as well. Which is one time, but still.
Also, clap for Pulse's high quality sound effects.
That was pretty good.
Absolutely.
Just like my front yard sprinklers.
At least we don't have keys in the call for everyone to ask him to do Jinx.
That was really close when this goes.
Yeah. Spoiler alert. Eddaket imitates keys perfectly, imitating Jinx.
I mean, someone in chat did ask how much it would cost to get someone to imitate keys imitating Jinx.
Wow. They're on it. Do you have a price, Etiquette?
What was that last one? What was it? $20?
Yeah.
Let's go 50. Go big.
All right, you guys. All right, so we're going to be heading into the wild area for the first time. It's one of the new mechanics of the game. New feature they introduced for this gen. Has a lot of interesting aspects to it, most of which we're not going to take really advantage of. Other routes in the game will, but we're obviously not going to focus on catching other Pokemon. What I do in the wild area is greatly dependent on the type of RNG I get. Basically, depending on what kind of raids we get, there's going to be a lot of what's called wishing dens, I believe. Just dens spread throughout the wild area. And they may or may not have a raid on them. If they do, great. If it's the right raid, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that it's not exploitable since it takes so much time to actually do a raid.
And this is also where the date minute comes in, but go ahead, Edgar.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it was never really like a contender, but there was definitely some early routing that revolved around some of the max raid dens. Specifically getting the first gym that we're gonna come across is actually a grass gym, and so one of the strats was to do a max raid to get like an early hoot or something like that, because you're like level 10 right now, and when you do a max raid you can get a Pokemon up to level 20, so it's actually pretty significant, the jump there in level, which would have been really nice, but it actually doesn't help too much because of the way experience works in this game.
Plus it's super slow to do a max raid battle, sadly. That's why there's no point in doing it for a run. Because a lot of people usually ask, like, why don't you do max raid battles? Because you can get a bunch of free XP, and it's just way too slow. We don't need to stop.
For the fans.
Fair. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna try to actually defeat an Onyx. Hopefully don't die, but if we do, we won't end up too far away. But it will be timeless, so see what happens.
Hopefully we don't have that marathon luck. That'd be very unfortunate.
You might have noticed when I did the date setting thing, I set the clock to like 11:45 p.m. The reason for that is because it manipulates the stock for the shop we're going to go to later. That we're going to get to in like 5 minutes, but until we get there, go fight an Onyx. I have the rain effect going on, which increases my water type damage, which is why it's set that way. And he's going to be a 2-shot. Hopefully it works out. Curse is good. Now we just need to hit one more time. The only thing that's going to kill me now is a Rock Slud. Dragon Breath might kill me. If he paralyzes, it's scary. Okay. Alright, cool. We did it. So the reason why we did that is we get a bunch of EXP for that. If you didn't notice, he was a super high level. And I get Water Pulse very early.
And he was level 26. And if you actually do the calculation, you would have noticed that you did not get experience that corresponds to level 26. That is because experience is capped as if the Pokemon was the highest level of Pokemon you can catch, which at this point is level 20. You would get much more experience otherwise. There's a few things they changed in this game. It's kind of weird.
Oh no.
Oh, definitely run into that.
You die?
Oh, it's pretty
That
fast.
was good.
Too.
That was fast, and I'm right back here. Like, it's not too bad. Wait, what did I just see? Oh, okay, we're on the other side now. Cool. All right, this is where we need to go. All right.
Okay.
Very nice.
That's super convenient. Yeah. So yeah, you can die to things in the wild area, and then for the story progression, you can get to the next major city that you haven't even gotten to yet. I'm picking up the raid in there specifically for the Watts, which I'm going to use right now to get some quick balls, which are going to be very useful for the run. And basically, by setting the date to 11:45 p.m., this watch trader has a different stock every day, but it's only like days that you're actually playing the game, or you can't cheat it, is what I'm trying to say. Like if I just try to change the date right now, the stock wouldn't update. So we tricked the game by starting the run right before midnight. So by the time that we do get there, the game is just like, oh, you naturally rolled over into the second day of playing. That allows us to get the quick balls.
So what you're saying is you're not going to catch that bumblebee?
I'm not catching a bumblebee or anything scary like that.
I will say it's surprisingly difficult to try and debate chat with a death warp when you have like a slight stream
That's
delay.
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go buy some X items here. Wartab, if you want to explain what X items are and how they work in this game.
X items are used to boost your stats. Etchy is going to buy a few X special attacks, which will basically always raise his special attack whenever you use it by 2 stages. And each stage corresponds to 50% boost. They don't stack, they just add up. So the first X special attack he uses will double his special attack, but then the second one he will use will only triple it compared to the base power. Same for X special defense, raises special defense, and the other X items do exactly the same. And they have been changed in Gen 7 to raise by 2 stages instead of 1. But their price went up dramatically as well. So it's
Quite a bit more expensive, but we
They
have
are
tons
very
of money
overpowered.
in this run. It's actually kind of insane. Like before you even leave the first major town, you have $30,000, which is pretty nutty.
You can afford a really
You
cool
can.
T-shirt with that.
And I wish I
Flex
had
on your
extra
mom.
money. I wish I didn't desperately need all
It's
this.
your favorite Pokemon.
I know, it's my favorite Pokemon. Eddaket's favorite Pokemon. Teaching Swift here,
Yeah, you're
and
teaching Swift here. Also, the starter that you choose will give you, or Leon will give you the type enhancing held item that matches your starter. So if you took Grookey, you'll get the Miracle Seed. If you took Scorbunny, you'd get a Charcoal. And that's actually one of the reasons why we take Scorbunny in the Shield route. Because we main switch to Arcanine, we use that Charcoal throughout the run. Or at least throughout the part where we actually use the Arcanine. Here, because we're using Sobble, the Mystic Water is perfect. And the Mystic Water is going to be on Sobble basically for the rest of the run.
Yeah, and it's not negligible. It actually adds 20% power to water moves, so really overpowered.
yeah,
too.
we need all the damage we can get to scrape by the game with just Sobble. Our first gym leader is going to be a grass type gym leader, and we literally take advantage of every damage boost we can get just to scrape by him, and we'll go over that later as well.
It's ridiculous.
We can do a few more donations now. Just a lot of text matching.
Boy, you came at me at just the right time because we've got $50 from Brosauce. Brosauce here, calling your bluff, Eddakit, for that Jinx cry.
Oh boy. Thank you, Brosauce. Hey,
Oh,
microwave.
gosh.
Okay.
Oh God.
Thank you. That's pretty good.
Close enough.
Wow, that was wonderful. It's a good thing, too, because we got $50 from Luna85. You better deliver on that Keys Jinx impression.
Does that mean I have to do it again?
Every $50 you
Yes.
do it an extra time. So after 10
Oh my
tries, you're doing it like 30 times. So, it'd be great. How are you?
One
Axel?
second.
Oh, I was kidding.
I'll do it one more time. That's all you guys get.
That's fair. one of my I've been doing a lot of
one
jets
hurt.
lately, and one of my favorite things is the turns don't start until the Pokemon cry is over, and they're all pretty short until you fight a Jinx, and then it's super long because the cry just takes forever, and then you can finally do your turn.
Timing your text boxes with that cry is ridiculous. Just sit there for an hour.
Who wants to explain Team Yell and how they work? Who's interested in that?
They yell a lot.
So Team Yell isn't really like the evil team. It was sort of marketed as the evil team, but they're really not. They're just sort of like a toxic fan base. Might be a metaphor for something, but basically they so anyways, we just went through like a little cutscene where we got introduced to the gym challenge, and with the gym challenge there's a bunch of, you know, obviously challengers. You're one, Hop is one, and there's another one by the name of Marnie who we're going to meet in just a little bit. And Team Yell is basically Marnie's fan base, and they will do anything they can to help her succeed in the gym challenge, including slowing down other challengers. And that's basically what they do throughout the entire run. They're not really evil, they're not really trying to take over the world or anything, they're literally just trying to slow you down.
It kind of actually formed the direction of the game when you really think about it too. It's kind of crazy.
They're going to be annoying us a lot.
Yeah, and it's,
but for the most part, they're not too scary. There's only a couple of fights where they are actually scary. There's one in particular that's a major run killer that involves Team Yell double, and probably 50% of my runs die there. And
that is, yeah, we'll talk about that fight when we get there, but it's an awful fight for pretty much anybody. Any main Pokemon you try to take through there is going to have trouble because their two leads are just gross.
We can do a few more donations now while I wrap up this last battle.
All right, sounds good. Because it sounds like some of the folks out there are getting excited about an old fan favorite. We got $50 from Princess Neko Cakes 114. Let's start a donation train to see Mario Odyssey. I'm donating $50 in honor of my favorite Pokemon's Pokedex number, Diglett. What's your favorite Pokemon? So it sounds like we have a call to start a donation train of your favorite Pokemon's Pokedex number toward Mario Odyssey, which I can remind you is currently sitting a bit over 14,000 of 60,000. What do you all think? Can we get this train rolling?
I would love to see the Mario Odyssey run, so please help out everyone.
Absolutely.
Great speed run.
Oh, we got $303 from Toriel Shalna227, donating $303 for the Pokedex number of my favorite Pokemon, Mile. It has two mouths, so would need two masks if it got sick. Aww.
Aww.
I gotta say, those first two Pokedex donations are like actually interesting pokes. I'm used to people being like, oh, my favorite Pokemon's Charizard, which if your favorite Pokemon's Charizard, that's cool. But like, you know, seeing some of these original ones.
You don't want to see the super basic ones like Arcanine.
My favorite Pokemon's Bulbasaur, so I donate $1.
What's Wobbuffet?
No, that's a good question. We do probably.
I don't have that kind of
more
money.
donations.
Okay, all right, sounds good. We have $49.50 from Anonymous. As is tradition for Pokemon runs, here's $49.50 for my favorite Pokemon, number 495, Snivy. And we have $1,000 from Anonymous, donating the dex number of my favorite Pokemon. Wait, they aren't up to 1,000 yet? Well, I donate the dex number of what will now have to be my favorite Pokemon.
Amazing, thank you so much. Oh, this is a good time to kind of explain basic plot. What we're doing throughout the run is kind of completing what's called the gym challenge, which is the same as other games, but instead of taking or fighting all 8 gym leaders and then going to like the Elite Four or something, we fight all 8 gym leaders to enter kind of a tournament against the other gym leaders and other gym challengers, and then that's kind of our Elite Four. It's actually pretty intense and quite a bit longer than a normal Elite Four as well, but that's basically the plot up to this point. Is we're just trying to progress to those gyms. We're actually in the 3rd gym right now, but we cannot fight this gym leader until we get both the 1st gym badge and the 2nd gym badge. And then we're coming up. Oh, good.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, the focus on the gym challenge is going to be pretty prevalent throughout the run. There are going to be, and this is one of the things that a lot of people sort of give the game a little bit of flack for on the story side. There are going to be points where there's something obviously happening and obvious that somebody needs to go attend to. And the game's going to be like, no, we'll handle this. You go complete your gym challenge. Like, the game sort of I always find it funny that people give it flack for that because, you know, one of the complaints for all the other games is, you know, why is a 10-year-old doing the stuff that adults should be doing? It's like the adults are focusing on it. You focus on your gym challenge. But then obviously something might happen that will change all that.
Pulse, can you explain what I just did with the flying?
The flying. Oh god, I'll never forget this.
Best strat in Pokemon.
It's crazy.
Flying to the town you're already in.
You do a lot of that in Fire Red.
You do a lot of that in this run.
It's crazy.
Usually in Pokemon games, you don't want to fly to the town that you're already in because, I mean, you could just bike there or walk there faster. But a lot of the towns are pretty big in this game, and flying is super fast. You can fly immediately once you get into your menu, because the game has this little like, why don't you check out the wild area thing at the bottom, and it says you can hit either the plus or minus button to go into your town map. And once you're in your town map, you can then, you know, put your cursor over whichever town you want to fly to, and the cursor by default is on the town that you are currently in. So it's incredibly fast to fly to the town that you're in. Another thing that the game does that comes into play a couple of times is there's sort of takes from other RPGs where there's now like a waypoint or like a, here's your next objective, and there's a shortcut in the town map to like center on your next objective. So you can use that to fly to the next location as well.
I wanted to explain double inputs 20 minutes ago without distracting me, but I just did them there. So basically this game lets you do like a lot of different buttons for a lot of different inputs, and same with using both sticks or D-pads. Like if you're trying to traverse like a battle menu or your bag or whatever, you can actually use both the D-pad and a stick. And if you kind of alternate your inputs properly or press them basically at the same time, you can get like 2 inputs out very, very fast. And you're going to be seeing me do that a lot throughout the run. We call it double inputting, basically. So you'll see me at the start of a lot of it, I'll just go down, down really fast, and that's how I'm doing it. There's a lot of neat little menuing tricks. There's a lot of little tricks in this game that are pretty neat, that are really hard to notice. So I'll try to call them out as possible while I dangerously dodge zigzaggins. This route's one of the scariest ones.
Yeah, this route is like, it's definitely the first route where it's like, you know, these wild Pokemon can really mess you up. We saw Zigzagoon on the early route. It was only 2% to appear there, but it's something like 20% here. You basically never get through this without seeing a Zigzagoon. In Pokemon Shield, you also have Growliths that start to come at you as well. So definitely a difficult route to get through.
The scariest thing is seeing Tyrogues here. There's a lot of good memes with Tyrogues in this game because they literally start sprinting at you the moment they see you, and they're pretty fast. If you don't stop moving, they're going to catch you. There have been times where like a Tyrogue chases me into a random encounter and there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm glad we didn't see any there. Also, I'm not really explaining a lot of these battles right now because they're all pretty straightforward. Especially right now, they just kind of use X special attack and then sweep. There are a lot of fights later on that I'm gonna do my best to explain as we go through them.
Yeah, so if you watch closely, you can see the double inputs here on this fight. Basically, you can double input down to get to your bag, double input to the right to get to X items, and then once he's done with a turn, he can double input either up or down the menu wraps to get back up to fight. So it's something you really have to be good at to perform at a high level.
An important thing to note too is double inputs are very scary and dangerous in this game if you're not careful.
Oh yeah.
So, unlike a lot of other consoles, actually, unlike every other console, the Switch does not have what's called dead zoning enabled. It's a software side thing. It's not based on the controller or whatever. But basically, how dead zoning works is if you have like a stick and you flick it really hard in one direction, and it bounces back to the central position, if there's proper dead zoning, it's not going to take the hard flick back as another input. But like if I flick really hard down and it goes back up, it's not going to think I went up after I went down. The Switch does not do that. So if I flick really hard, if I'm just like nervous during a battle or something, and I flick really hard down, then I might get an up input after. You'll probably see it. We call it like bounce back usually. It usually happens a couple times during the run, but for that reason, I'm never going to do that during any of the move selection menus because I don't want to accidentally do the wrong move because that is very bad in this game, and for a marathon run especially.
It's also very easy to try and do the double input a bit too early, and then you miss the first input and just do one, and that's equally bad.
Yeah, same thing. If you try to do them at the same time, it doesn't really work. You have to sort of stagger it slightly, and if you get too close together, again, nerves come into play. If you do them too close together, you can easily only move one. So a lot of times you might see. I don't know if Etchy does it all that much, but I do it all the time. I'll accidentally check out my Pokemon menu.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll see that a couple times today. But we got our first evolution. We have Drizzile now. Get a nice little stat boost. And it also makes this next fight, which is probably the first hard one of the run. This just requires correct setup. But fortunately for us, now that we're evolved, we don't have to do the scary Torrent strats. Oh, we never explained Torrent. Because it hasn't really come into play yet, but it will come into play for this next gym leader. So who would like to explain Torrent?
Yeah.
I can do that. So when you're in about 1/3 of your health or lower, you'll get a boost to your water moves. And this comes in handy in so many different spots in this game in particular, as well as just so many past games. Torrent is just broken. And
an important thing to note too is if you watch a Gen 3 speedrun, they typically try to keep Torrent for really, really long stretches of time. Because why would you not want to, have a 50% damage boost, right? We cannot do this in this game. This game gives you a lot of free heals constantly, and it actually makes it really annoying to try to get back into Torrent somewhat consistently. I didn't get confused.
I'll never forget. What was I gonna say? I'll never forget the amount of times we tried at the beginning to just route in trying to keep Torrent for most of the game, and then we figured out that every time you enter a gym, it heals you. So we just kind of
a lot of great quality of life features for casual players, really rough for speedrunners.
Yeah, especially the 5th gym would be so much better if you could actually get in with Torrent. But yeah, doesn't work. I tried everything to somehow make it work, trying to enter it, then leave it, and enter it again. It doesn't work. It's really dumb.
Is that Galarian Silver?
Also,
Yes.
there's something that should be mentioned here is if you have seen speedruns of this game before, you are not normally evolved here yet. When Etchy killed the Onyx in the wild area, that is not normally something we do because it is actually slower than just hoping that he kills you. And it's just for safety that Etchy does this. Normally we would have to set up Torrent here by healing only with an Oran Berry usually, and hoping that you don't get confused or crit. And this is just much safer.
And one thing I should probably
because you don't need Torrent.
I had some backup safety shots prepared for any Solwell that wasn't good enough to guarantee a range for this next gym, which is very scary range that if we don't hit enough damage, we will lose probably 5 minutes. But the Solwell is actually good enough to guarantee that range. I never explained the Solwell stats because I took a while to figure it out, but this is a plus special attack minus special defense, so it's Rash, 10 IV special attack, and then defensive stats and speed are decent. Special defense is really, really bad, and that kind of plays into this next fight, but we'll figure it out. No Carkol strat, sadly.
Ooh.
There's one other thing I wanted to explain. I remember it.
So here, he's taking a look at the gym coming up. The gyms in this game are actually pretty cool. They added sort of a gym challenge aspect to it, sort of taking from the trials in Gen 7, where it's not just a simple puzzle to get through. You actually have to sort of complete a task. Some of the gyms end up boiling down to being puzzles, and some of them are just straight up fight these 3 trainers. But the first couple here are actually really neat designs. This one here is going to have you herding Wooloo into their pens in each room in order to unlock the next room. There are consistent ways to get through it, but sometimes the Wooloo do like to spawn a revolution and
Yeah, they have
disobey
like AI
everything.
to kind of do pathfinding stuff because it's not just based on you pushing them. They're also trying to get to the end as well, but only sometimes. So, and it gets pretty
Yeah,
wonky sometimes, but hopefully it works out well. There's a lot of things that's going to go on in this fight that's coming up, the gym leader fight, but we have time to explain things. We've already explained Torrent. We have not explained Dynamaxing. Dynamaxing is a new mechanic in this game, and it's kind of the replacement for Mega Evolutions, for those who are familiar with that from, I think they were introduced in Gen 6. Unlike Mega Evolutions, all Dynamaxing does is, well, one, it makes your Pokemon gigantic. You'll see it later if you haven't seen it before. 2, it increases your HP by 1.5 times, which is pretty nice, but also kind of an issue for Torrent setup because sometimes you can Dynamax out of Torrent if you're like on the threshold. So we have to set up very carefully to make sure that doesn't happen. And then it also powers up all your moves or gives them some kind of other effect or ability. Like some moves will just become like protecting type moves. Our water pulse that we're going to be using just becomes, I think it's called Max Pledge. And it's going to create rain whenever we use it, which is really beneficial, and we really need that extra damage. And it also goes from 60 base power to, I want to say 90? I believe it's 90. 110, dang.
110.
Even more. So we're going to be taking advantage of that.
Busted.
Yeah. And that's what I was mentioning earlier. We're going to take advantage of every single damage boost we can get for Milo.
Also, Etchy got trolled by my terminology. It's not Max Pledge.
Oh,
it's,
dang it. What is it called?
It's
Geyser. Yeah. In the notes, it's
Yeah.
like Max, whatever you're calling. For some reason, I thought it was Pledge. I tried to like correct it because I knew that was the
I thought it
case.
was
'cause
Bouncy Bubble.
I was trying to not say Max Pulse. And instead, I did Max Pledge. We learn Water Pledge later, that's why.
Yeah, the max moves, basically each type of move turns into the same max move. So for example, he has Water Gun and Water Pulse. Those are both going to be Max Geyser. But Water Pulse, because it naturally has more power, is going to have more power in the max form. In addition, Dynamaxing is only possible in certain fights. Mainly gym leaders, but there are gym leaders and the tournament later on, but there are a couple of extra fights where Dynamax is possible. Typically, you're only going to see Dynamax like 2 or 3 times in the run. I think 3 is the most you could see, but it should only be 2. From your side, every gym leader, every fight where you can Dynamax, the opponent will Dynamax their sort of like ace Pokemon. So, for example, Milo is going to have an Eldegoss, who's his main Pokemon, that he's going to Dynamax. And the health increase does actually matter quite a bit for those, because not only do they gain more health, but there's a concept called Dynamax level as well. We're Dynamax level 0, which means we have 1.5 times. The Dynamax level goes all the way up to Dynamax level 10, which would be 2 times. And every trainer that can Dynamax has a Dynamax level between, I think it's 0 and 5. I think the most that any of them have is a 1.75 times health increase or whatever it is. But, especially in early routing, we didn't quite know what those levels were. And so some fights ended up being, a little bit more difficult than we imagined originally.
So, gonna head into the gym leader fight here. I'm gonna save. You might notice me save earlier. Saving is really fast in this game, so there's very little downside to it. I'm mostly just gonna be saving before fights where I use a lot of resources. And for the most part, a lot of deaths aren't super bad compared to just like reloading and save. But resources are very tight, especially in early game. So don't want to potentially lose any, specifically X items. So who wants to explain what I'm gonna do in this fight while I do it?
Oh, I was just going to do the,
There. That's important too.
Yeah,
It's
so
not XY.
So Etchy needs every possible boost in order to guarantee a one-shot on the last Pokemon. The last Pokemon, I might, from full health, kill you, especially if you don't have the X special
especially
defend.
with my special defense, it's very scary. I'm minus special defense. It's very low.
Yeah. So Etchy's going to set up an X special defense, which is going to basically mitigate his damage taken from the first Pokemon. The first Pokemon's a Gossifleur, which is the first stage of Eldegoss. And it's not too scary, but it does have Magical Leaf, which is a 60 power move, super effective special. So it's going against that special defense stat. So we're going to use an X special defense to make sure that we take a lot less damage. We're going to set up to +6 special attack by using 3 X special attacks. That's going to be the maximum possible special attack that we can have. And then we're going to Dynamax on the Gossifleur here. Once we get down into Torrent, we need to make sure we're in Torrent as well. Once we do that, we're going to use Max Geyser on the Gossifleur. That's going to set up the rain. And then the Eldegoss is going to come out. So in Torrent, +6 with Mystic Water, in rain, Dynamax
Stab.
move,
And
stab. And the best part about all of that is depending on your stats, that could be a damage range. Like all of that extra setup, and it's a damage range.
Special attack,
So,
which is very scary. Good.
Yeah, so here he does have, good special attacks, so he doesn't have to worry about the range necessarily, but he does still have to get himself up to the right level and then into Torrent.
Hasn't been holy.
It's completely random what attack he does too, so you just gotta hope he does the right amount of magical leaves. Fortunately, didn't crit me. Any crit would have killed me there for sure, even at near full health. I just had too low special defense. But
Also,
Yeah.
fun fact: after 6 rapid spins, sometimes Gossifleur can outspeed you.
Wow.
Shoutouts to Araya.
there's a lot of fun things that have been found in this game through death. Through just finding out on the fly.
Yep. But yeah, so now that he's set up, the Eldegoss should just go down. Oh, you do have to see the Dynamax animation every time, which obviously is
Even with animations
slow.
turned off, we can't. And that's also why a lot of strats, and you might be thinking, why don't you Dynamax for every single battle if it gives you, huge amounts of power? Well, one, you can only do it for some battles like gym battles or big story battles. And then 2, it just takes, 30 seconds to do the Dynamax animation in total? Something like that. I'm actually doing it a couple extra times in this run just for marathon safety, but it's pretty slow.
Yeah,
And then
especially dying to something that is Dynamax.
I'm going to be avoiding basically every single opportunity for a Dynamax Pokemon to just crit me or something. But yeah, as we kind of get into the next area, we can do a few donations.
All right, sounds good. And it seems that chat's really been jumping on that train. We got $5.87 from Sal's Wazalib. Have to donate to rip my absolute fave, Emolga. Get those donations and let's get Mario Odyssey happening.
I didn't do it.
We also have $100 from Woolulu, who says, "Wow, you sure know your type advantages." And $292 from AJ Nitties, who says, $292 for my favorite Shedinja. I've used him as my online alias for almost half of my life, so it's only fair that I give something back in his name.
Shedinja is awesome. One of my favorite Pokemon as well.
I got $5.96 from HC Legend. I already donated for the Star Allies run on Friday, but why not join in on the Pokédex donation train? Shout out to my personal favorite, Galvantula. Compound Eyes Thunder carried me through the Nessa rematch in my own sword run.
Nice. You might have just saw me run through some trainer's gaze there. You can see the screen kind of turns a little black when you run into potential vision of a trainer. That was a double battle. You can avoid every double battle in this game that isn't a scripted one just by not having 2 Pokemon. It's the same as a lot of other Pokemon games. So that's why I'm going to be very careful later on in the run to make sure I deposit any extra Pokemon I have at any point in time.
Also, speaking of Dex numbers, Milo has his jersey be the number 831, which corresponds to Wooloo's Dex number.
I never knew that.
Facts. Lore. Thank you, Wartab.
I guess one interesting thing to kind of put out there is that a little spot that Etchy passed that's really close to the water, if you actually bonk into the corner enough, you could actually get on the bike early. But it lasts like maybe like 5 seconds, and whenever you get like a cutscene, it just goes away. It's probably pixel perfect to get that early in a lot of different places.
There's a couple of places like that
glitch.
where if you're just lucky, you'll get on the bike before you even get it, and you can hop off it, but if you hop off it, you can't get it on again. It basically happens whenever the game like clips you into the water for some reason. Like there's a bridge in early game where if you just walk on it just right, you'll clip into the water for a split second, you'll have the bike. But yeah, it's really hard to reproduce in general. I don't think anyone's ever reproduced it after they get it. It just always happens randomly.
Yeah, our big hope is that it's actually 100% doable to make it like consistent, because then we could actually go out of our way and get a choice scarf, and in that case Sober would not be the answer to the speedrun.
What would be?
No, is it a scarf? I see one that boosts physical moves.
Choice band,
Sorry.
yeah.
Oh, band.
On Route
Yeah,
2.
choice band, sorry. Choice band.
Also, I want everyone to be dressed up like this guy. Gloves, mask, everything. Gotta stay safe.
So if someone can find a way to get a consistent early water bike, that would be
There's a
awesome.
lot of cool glitches in this game that are not RTA viable. You can go out of bounds into another gym leader city way early in the game, like right before you even fight Milo. But ever since like Gen 5 or 6, Game Freak's been really strict and thorough with their like story flagging throughout the run. So even if you can get to other areas, you can't do anything when you get there. Anything meaningful, at least.
Yeah, because of that, we don't use any glitches in this run. The only one that could potentially be somewhat usable is there's a way to essentially respawn max raid dens. You can get like rerolls, and the only reason that would be useful is to gain watts. Watts is the currency he used to buy quick balls earlier. And you could potentially use that to buy TRs, which I forget what the actual acronym stands for, but it's basically non-infinite TMs. So moves that you can teach to your Pokemon. The Generation 8 split those teachable moves into TMs and TRs. TMs are basically the bad moves, and TRs are all the good moves. So we don't really get any good moves to teach to our Sobble, at least outside of like, Swift, which is the one that we gained right at the very beginning of the game. There are moves that would be a lot better, things like Surf, but it's just not viable to actually go and get.
We've now gone 2 hot fights in a row with no crits, which is insane. Very fortunate for my wallet, but
Have you been keeping track of your crits?
I haven't really got many.
I only noticed the first 2 hop
I
ones.
have actually. There's we're at like
it's
$20.
just the 2 hot crits. I think is that it? Yeah,
All right, cool. I have it in a notepad,
you
but I
guys,
just
by the
realized
way.
I wasn't paying attention.
doing that.
Isn't
Also,
there
crits
all-
in Generation 7 and 8 are only 1 in 24 to happen, as opposed to 1 in 16 before Gen 7. So, way less likely. Basically cannot happen.
But still way too
No,
common.
it's 102. It either happens or it doesn't. So, it'll know. It's more like 70%. If it's gonna lose you time or be useless, then it's gonna happen. Otherwise, you're just never gonna get it when you want it. If you want it, then it goes down more. So, there's actually a point in the run where we're gonna learn Snipe Shot, which is Inteleon's move, and we'll go over it more later when we get there. But that move has high crit chance, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be scary. I think it goes up to 1 out of 8 chance of critting. Gonna be a good time.
Yeah. 50-50.
Exactly,
Either
yeah.
crits or it doesn't.
His nickname would make so much more sense if we could see the animation. It's so sweet.
But yeah, this is kind of what I
You
was
ever
saying
seen
earlier. Now that we beat Milo, we're ready, about to take on the next gym leader, and it's only like 10 minutes later. So the run's really starting to pick up now, and there's going to be a lot of explaining for these gym leader fights because they're typically the scariest ones.
Yeah, but before we get into that, the one thing to notice is Sobble does have incredibly high speed, and that's one of the reasons why it's so fast, especially through the early game. The very first shop we did where we bought all the X specials, you actually can't buy X speeds there. The first place you can get X speeds is over to the left in this town. There was like a staircase you could go up. And at the top there's a hidden item that's 2X speeds. Depending on the Sobble that you have, you might need them for this fight. But he's going to grab them after this fight because he doesn't need them for Nessa, specifically for a fight a little bit later on. But you can't actually buy your X speed till about like an hour and 40 minutes into the run, which makes this early part, really crucial for you to have a Pokemon with high speed. You'll notice that, we're using Sobble here. The Shield route uses Arcanine. Both of them are pretty fast Pokemon. Drizzle is actually faster than Arcanine, which is pretty funny. But if you try to use like any other Pokemon, like say you want to use Grookey, you're going to be outsped by a lot of things. Some things are sort of inconsequential, but some of them are going to be actual potential run killers.
Also, I see this question a lot in chat. I'm not sure if people are memeing or not, but animations are turned off because that's faster when we're doing a speedrun. If you had animations on, it would probably take about 45 minutes more to do the speedrun.
It might be a conservative estimate. It might even be longer.
Like another hour or something.
This gym puzzle is pretty straightforward. We're basically just going to be flipping switches to kind of get to the end. Sometimes it's a little bit unintuitive. You kind of have to flip things back and forth, but it's not nearly as bad as a lot of older gen puzzles. So not too much to explain. I'm doing here. I just fight one more trainer and then we can go into Nessa.
Yeah, one thing he's going to try to do throughout this gym, he's going to pay attention to his health. He only takes damage on like a couple of turns out of these 2 battles he has to do. But the gym leader fight, the Nessa fight, he's going to try to manipulate Torrent. And I'm actually not sure based on your experience because you're using different experience. But typically what happens is during the fight, you level up. So you not only have to get down into Torrent, you have to get like low enough Torrent that when you level up, you're still in Torrent. So, we have all of the defensive damage ranges calculated, so he knows how much damage he's going to be taking from Nessa's Pokemon to get him down into that range. This fight in Shield is actually a lot scarier because not only you have to get into low health, Arcanine doesn't have Torrent or Blaze, which is the fire equivalent, but it's using a move called Reversal, which does more damage based on, or if your health is lower. So instead of getting down to like 13 or 14 health like he's going to try with Sobble, with Arcanine you have to get down into like the 6
that's
HP range.
Between both games, honestly. For the most part, the Shield run, the fights are pretty straightforward because you have a really strong Pokemon throughout it, but that fight is bad. But I actually have really high defense here, so what I'm going to do to manipulate Torrent is I'm going to use an Oran Berry, which we got a long time ago. It actually didn't even tell us that we got it. It just kind of came with our camping kit. And I'm going to use that to heal up just a little bit, and then it should be at a pretty good HP to get into Torrent within 3 horn attacks, which is what's going to happen in the fight. And while I'm going into this, we can do 1 donation.
All right. We've got $300 from C1, who just says, C1 here, Pokemon Sword!
Thanks, C1. I know you. I know who you are. Okay, so I'm going to do that heal now. Where is my berries? There it is.
Another thing to quickly mention before he goes into this fight, even though it would be slower because, the Dynamax animation takes forever, he's actually really important that he does not Dynamax here to KO the first 2 Pokemon and then the Dreadnought, which is sort of her Dynamax ace. Both the Arrokuda and the Dreadnought have an ability called Swift Swim, which makes them twice as fast in the rain. So by using Max Geyser, you set up rain, now they're both faster than you and they both hurt you really bad.
And another thing too is the Arrokuda, the second Pokemon, has Aqua Jet, which is a priority. water type moves. So if we have too low HP, if our torrent is too bad, we're in trouble. We could get knocked out, but it's not guaranteed to do it. AI in this game is interesting. Wartab can probably explain AI either now or later, but
Yeah, so Aquajet is priority, so whenever you are at low health and can kill, the AI favors going for a priority move. Aquajet is one of those where it's still a bit random whether it's used or not. The only move where it's actually guaranteed to go for is quick attack, with nothing else quick attack here. So here again, 3x special attacks to boost our special attack to the maximum, so that quadruples our power for water pulse, and we also hope to get knocked into Torn. But Goldeen outspeeds us, so we kind of have to gamble on getting knocked into Torn sometimes. I think it should be fine here.
yeah.
Yep, it's fine. So, all good. I think you normally level up here, but with the Onyx
Yeah,
experience,
so I don't have to worry
didn't, I
about
think.
being slightly under torrent or whatever. This
Yeah.
HP would have been fine regardless, but one less thing to worry about.
We had the same issue on Milo. You normally level up during the battle, and you Dynamaxed while leveling up, and that really messes up the calculations for what HP you're gonna have. So it's really difficult to properly set up Torrent. So we had to basically route every single HP IV you can have to make sure you're B in Torrent after leveling up and Dynamaxing.
And fortunately, this Dreadnought is part rock type, so this is a normal effective move, which makes this fight much more reasonable and not too bad. So yeah.
This is actually the last point in the run where you're going to see a normal Dynamax Pokemon. From now on, every gym leader and major battle that has actually there's one exception has a Pokemon that's gonna Dynamax is actually gonna use Gigantamax. Really, the only difference between the Dynamax and Gigantamax is each Gigantamax Pokemon, instead of the move turning into Max Geyser, for example, it's going to turn into Max Dreadnought specific move. I think actually Dreadnought is rock, but the point being, the only real difference is their max move might change. So, for example, the max move for Machamp, rather than it being a fighting move that boosts its attack, it's going to actually boost its critical hit rate instead. Some Gigantamax moves are better for the Pokemon, some are worse. Actually, I think, are you going to be one-shotting the Machamp, or are you going to do the normal?
Dynamaxing against it's going to be great.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, so you won't actually get to see any of those Gigantamax moves, assuming everything goes correctly. But normally in the speedrun, you would see at most one.
Wait, not even the first one?
Yeah, not even the first one. I'm not taking that crit chance.
Wow. I'm disappointed, Etchy.
I mean, if I'm on good pace, I can take more
For the
risk,
fans.
but I'd rather take, if I'm going to take a risk, I'd rather be like a Hydro Cannon instead later in the game. Which is very scary, and we'll talk about that later. But
Okay.
don't worry about that.
If you get a counter, you can probably still do it properly.
It'll be tough with my high defense. That's my concern right now for getting in there in time. But and also my special attack count.
Yeah,
But we'll see. Either way, we can do probably 2 donations, maybe 3, as I do some shopping.
All right, I can absolutely do that. Got $196 from Velake192. Espeon is Bestion. And then we've got Prometheus saying, I'm donating $4.71 for my most beloved Pokemon, Glaceon. It always supports me on my Odyssey. And speaking of Odyssey, Mario Odyssey has really been surging ahead. We're now sitting at 15,367 out of that 60,000. We've managed to push forward by over 1,000 since this run starts. Let's keep that momentum going, folks. Tell us about your favorite Pokemon with using their Pokedex numbers, and let's get Odyssey rolling forward.
Good Pokemon choices, so keep them coming. 2 other things that I realized just now is one, you might have seen that I'm getting autosaves everywhere. And you might be asking, why did you turn that off? Is it slower? It's not slower. From all my testing, it's pretty consistent with not auto-saving. So I'm keeping it on for a marathon run. Obviously, extra safety is always nice, and it means I don't have to manually save nearly as much. If I didn't have that on, I'd be probably saving an extra 15 times already, just for safety. And then also our bike can boost. I never explained how biking works in this game. Our bike is actually a rotom combined with a bike. For those who don't know, rotom's just like a ghost type electric Pokemon. And that means we can boost, so there's a lot of effort I put into kind of boosting at the right time, and there's actually a spinner coming up after the second to next fight, or 2 fights from now, where if I boost at the right time, I can completely avoid his gaze, otherwise I have to wait like 10 seconds. So it's important to do that.
You going for that side?
As long as I don't hit anything on the way there, yeah, it's fine. Shouldn't be too bad. And it's
Nice thing about that spinner, if you do hit him, it's really not that bad.
it's easy for me to take out, just slow, because he has 2 Pokemon. But we're coming up close here to the worst fight in the run, which is very unassuming.
Oh, God.
But it's a double battle between Team Yell, me, and Hop is my partner for the fight, which means I have no control over what he does. He's completely random, and he sucks. He does not do what you want him to do, ever. The reason why the fight is so bad is because there's a Thievul on the opposite side and a Linoon. The Thievul will spam Snarl most of the time, and what Snarl does is it drops your special attack. So we actually start the fight with the next special attack and hope for the best. And just try to take out Thievul as fast as possible. And then the Linoon likes to spam Night Slash, which is a high crit chance move, which if that hits you, you're in big trouble. Getting through the fight without dying is pretty easy, but getting through the fight fast is not easy, and you have to play very, very risky. I'm going to be saving.
This fight is actually so ridiculous, though, that somebody made a meme tree that actually leads to like 20 different situations. It's really crazy.
And that someone is called Etchy.
Oh, actually?
There's a meme one and there's a non-meme one. I did a bunch of calculations for this fight, and it's very frustrating how bad this can go on no matter what your pace is. There's actually, if I had a slightly higher special attack, I could rare candy early here, which would give me level 25. And that's really nice for this fight because you get a damage boost, which I don't think we explained before, but wartab can explain the 0358 boost.
Yeah, so whenever your Pokemon, or a Pokemon in general, has a level that finishes in 0, 3, 5, or 8, so for example here we would be level 25 instead of 24, we get a significant damage boost. That's just due to how the damage formula works. Don't want to annoy people with math. But it's it makes a very unlikely range become sometimes guaranteed, and that is really helpful in some places.
Well,
that's why you will usually see us rare candy.
Yeah,
in that
we got a pretty good turn 1. I unfortunately got crit by Linoon, which is less great. But ooh, Wooloo critting as well. This is going great.
Ooh, are we donating for hop crits too?
No, not those types of crits. That doesn't count. I do have to heal here, though. Dying on this fight actually isn't bad. The fight will still go on as long as Hop can finish the fight off. But the problem is you just lose out on a bunch of EXP. Wow, Wooloo's actually doing its job. That's crazy.
The nice thing about, or one of the interesting things about this game, where losing experience is bad, but like not the worst thing in the world. At this point, it's actually kind of bad, but early on, it's not too bad because the experience formula isn't fixed. Like, he's not always going to gain 590 experience from that Linoon. The experience he gains is based on his level as well as the level of the other Pokemon. So, if he's level 20 here, he's going to gain more experience than if he's level 25. That doesn't come into play too much with the Sobble route, but with the Arcanine route, it actually comes into play quite a bit because the Arcanine that you get can either start at level 7, 8, 9, or 10. So you have to sort of pay attention to what you started at. And by this point in the run, no matter which one you started at, you're at roughly the same level, even though there was a potentially 3-level difference. So it's definitely something that's really big, and that's one of the reasons why him defeating the Onyx at the beginning of the game got him so much experience. Like, it still would have given him a ton of experience anyways, but if he was level 20 instead of level 10 when he defeated it, he would have gotten significantly less
that fight went pretty well,
experience.
and I actually got the cycle skip on the trainer, which is really nice. It makes things pretty easy because normally you have to wait out the entire cycle. If you miss that, it's at least 8 seconds, I want to say. But that fight, it would have gone really, really well because Wooloo actually took out Pokemon on its own if I didn't have to heal. But just getting crit, had to heal. If I was on like an actual run, I'd probably just YOLO it and not heal and just hope I don't get hit because it's random who they target in that fight. It's not like intelligent AI that's always going to go for the kill or whatever. But we're going to be heading to the 3rd gym leader. So,
It's still favored. It's still favored to go for a kill, sadly. They actually only had it in Pokemon Sapphire, where the target is fully random, but since Emerald, it's not fully random anymore.
it's still not guaranteed.
The thing here is the grunt AI is dumb. That is the reason why they can't choose something else. It's because they don't go for a kill.
Yeah, there's like different
usually.
tiers of AI. Like dumb, smart is kind of how they're usually boiled down to. Most gym leaders are smart. Most other trainers are dumb. So
yeah. Grunts are in general considered dumb AI, where it's just random. Mostly. There are a few exceptions, but in this game it's mostly random.
So this fight, and all the Marnie fights actually usually require more setup than most other fights, even though our Pokemon aren't like exceptionally tough or high leveled. And the reason for that is because of this Krogunk right here. He has an ability called Dry Skin, which means we can't use water moves to hurt it, which is a little annoying. And what that means is we have to use Swift to kill it, or whatever other move we have. I think later in the game we'll be using Icy Wind to kill him. And that means we have to boost up our special attack quite a bit more. And I also have to boost up my speed here, because the Morpeko is going to outspeed me.
The later Marnie fights, in addition to having the Krogunk, another thing you have to deal with is a move called Torment, which you'll almost certainly see later. We actually saw it on the last fight. You didn't get hit by it, but the Wooloo did. Torment prevents you from using the same move twice in a row. So if he wants to use Water Pulse to KO everything, he can't. He has to switch between Water Pulse and something else.
It ends up working out because we have to Swift or Icy Wind the Krogunk anyway, so it makes it pretty easy to kind of swap between them. But we're going to be doing a lot of setup against Marnie every fight, pretty much. But Marnie's done. This was pretty smooth. We didn't get any crits, and the Krogunk actually has 2 moves. One is Revenge, the other one's Venoshock. It favored Venoshock because I have really low special defense and pretty high defense. In fact, it was probably guaranteed to do Venoshock with that HP, but Revenge is really scary because if you hit it first and you don't kill it, then it will do double damage against you, which will almost certainly kill you if you have less than full health. There's a range you can go for with that Krogunk, and I could have gone for it with the special attack, but I'm not going to risk that for a marathon run because you're almost certainly going to die. And now we can do probably a couple more donations as I head into the next gym.
All right, can do. You have $10 from Anonymous. Charizard is my favorite Pokemon. Call me basic. No, Anonymous, I'll call you generous. And we have $45.30 from Whatever Night, donating for my favorite Pokemon, Krogunk. It might be a poison type, but its venom gets made into medicine. Let's be all more like Krogunk and help out the medical community. Shouts to GDQ for making this event possible and all the runners for the great runs. Stay hyped, stay safe, wash your hands.
So this gym challenge here is my personal favorite gym challenge. It's actually kind of cool the way it's set up. So basically what happens is in order to challenge the gym leader, you need to get 5 points. And the way that you get points is you're going to run into a wild Pokemon with another trainer. So it's going to be you and another trainer against a single wild Pokemon. And the way you gain points is you gain 2 points if you are the one who catches the Pokemon, and you gain 1 point if you are the one who KOs the Pokemon. If the opponent KOs the Pokemon, you get no points for that. The opponent luckily never actually tries to catch the Pokemon, which is pretty nice. But one thing that we did at the very beginning of the run is we bought Quick Balls from the Watt Trader outside of Motostoke. So we're actually going to use those Quick Balls to catch 2 Pokemon, 100% guaranteed catch rate. And then we're going to just, use Water Pulse to KO the last one, and that'll get us the 5 points. We're going to do 2 Litwicks and 1 Vulpix. The third wild Pokemon that we could do is Sizzlipede. The problem with the Sizzlipede fight is the AI partner that you have will use Fake Out turn 1 against you. So if you're trying to KO that Pokemon, you have to wait an extra turn. And catching that Pokemon isn't really worthwhile because the EVs it gives are in attack rather than in special attack or speed.
Yep.
One other thing to note here as well is the reason why you shouldn't be catching 2 Litwick instead of a Vulpix and a Litwick is because of the Dex registration. It ends up being a little bit faster to catch like 2 of the same Pokemon.
Fortunately, we don't have to worry about this extra Pokemon interfering with us because of Quick Balls and also being able to one-shot the Vulpix, which is very nice. The shield route has a rough Sizzlipede fight that it has to do, and it's a little less fun.
Yeah, the shield route here is a little bit interesting. So the first thing that it runs into, we haven't talked about it, but one thing that this game did, sort of hidden behind the scenes, and it's not really confirmed, but we all know it's true, is the catch rate of Pokemon that are a higher level than you are is completely nerfed. It's somewhere in the range of like 1 out of 8 or 1 out of 10 times. So if something should be like a 90% catch rate or an 80% catch rate, it's like a 10% instead. And so that comes into play in the shield route because the Pokemon here are either level 24 or 25, and naturally your Arcanine, because it's a slow experience curve rather than medium slow, which is what Sobble is, you're only level 23, so you actually use 1 rare candy earlier to make yourself 24 for this gym. And when you're 24, the only Pokemon that you can catch is Vulpix, because Litwick and Sizzlipede are both level 25. Then you go and have to, so you catch your 2 Vulpixes, you have to defeat either Sizzlipede or Litwick. If you go after Litwick, the only moves that you have at that point are Flamethrower, Burn Up, which are both fire moves, Reversal, which is a fighting move, and Extreme Speed, which is a normal type move. Extreme Speed and Reversal don't hit Litwick because it's a ghost type, and there's a 50-50 chance that your fire moves do nothing because Litwick has the chance to have the ability Flash Fire. So if you run into that Litwick, you might just have no way of winning. So you go for the Sizzlipede instead, which can live a +2 extreme speed, especially if it uses the move Coil on turn 1, which raises its defense. So it's a pretty rough fight, and your extreme speeds are, you only have 5 of them because each move has a certain amount of PP, and you need 4 for this fight. So using even an extra extreme speed on that last fight would be brutal. So this gym is infinitely better in Sword.
You might be wondering why I'm boosting so much, because I'm, water versus fire. I actually need a lot of damage to deal with the Venoscorch we're going to fight at the end here. I actually need Tauren as well, so that's why I'll be manipulating Tauren in this fight by using X speed on Arcanine. And what that's going to do is it's going to give him a turn to bite me because I'm slower than him. And when that happens, he'll bite me into Tauren, and then I can finish up the fight, and I'll outspeed him as well. There we go, perfect. And then the Venoscorch's the first one, like Eddaket was saying earlier, that's going to Gigantamax. So his design will change as well, along with the extra move power and whatnot. Venoscorch is one of my favorite Pokemon of the new Pokemon because he looks like a giant bacon strip. Pretty great. In general, I think the new Pokemon being designs in this game are fantastic, and one of my favorite things about it.
That Discord is cool. If you throw a pebble at it, it dies, but it's still a cool design.
Type as well.
What kind of
This one is also the first one where the fact that it has a Dynamax level actually really sucks for the damage, because if it didn't have any level, it would just die without Tauren, but it doesn't here usually, so it's risky to set up here.
Level 7's put in work. This is a fantastic solver. no issues so far too, yeah.
What's the special attack?
Special attacks 10 to 13. Positive nature.
Ah.
I did a bad job of tracking my IV as well. Trying to do commentary at the same time, so I don't know exact stats, but it's pretty good. And the speed's solid too, so can't complain. While we go into the next area, I'm going to be setting my party a little bit differently. I'm actually going to be bringing back the Route 1 catch from earlier. No real reason, of course, because I would never try to lie or deceive to you all. But we're going to fight a Mudsdale as well with that level, 3 Pokemon, level 5 Pokemon, and we'll just see what happens.
Yeah, now that we can catch Pokemon up to level 35, he can gain experience for Pokemon up to level 35 as well, or 30.
Yeah.
Technically, 30 or 35.
Yeah.
That's 35. So, if he had fought the Mudsdale earlier, it would have only given him experience up to level 20. But this is going to be a lot more experience.
Oh, and then while I do a bunch of cutscene mashing here, we can do a few more donations.
But of course, we have $25 from Rain, who says, "Good luck, Etchy."
Thank you, Rain.
We have $5.95 from Augie. "My favorite Pokemon is Easy. Stop me from being a Gen 1er. Number 595, Joltik, the most adorable little electric bug there ever was in Pokemon. Let's get that Mario Odyssey incentive." Speaking of which, y'all are amazing. We're almost at 17,000 now. Mario Odyssey's really surging forward.
Awesome.
And then we have $28.20 from Snaps for my favorite Pokemon, number 282, Gardevoir.
We're going to see a few Gardevoirs in the run, and only one of them is kind of scary, so perfect. Yeah, just crit it, it's fine.
Right before we get into this Mudsdale fight, I just want to point out somebody in chat said, "I caught a Centiscorch 99 more and I'll have a $1 Scorch." I don't like you.
You buy bacon with that?
So this is actually a huge turning point in the story, and it's going to be relevant for the next 2 Hop fights that we do. Hop is going to fight Bede, which we never really explained, but he's another one of our rivals along with Marnie. And he's going to lose to Bede. And that's going to send him into a downward spiral where he's going to constantly change out his team into Pokemon that are going to annoy us. And we'll talk about that when we get to Hop 5. But let's go fight a Mudsdale really quickly. Try to lower its attack power first. Oh no, I died. Again. Oh no.
Oh no.
Whoa.
I can't believe it. I forgot to
Dynamax?
Dynamax. I actually had to focus here 1 second. Hold on.
Ah.
This is the hardest down input in the game. Okay, there we go.
It really is.
Okay, so this is the other Death Warp. Same as the other one we did earlier. But yeah.
We fooled you all.
I'm sure everyone bought that one. But yeah, now we're at Hammerlock. That battle with Bede and Hop is already over. Bede's already won, and he's beaten us here somehow. Don't know how he did that. Maybe we were just knocked out for a really long time after we lost. But so yeah, so we were able to warp to Hammerlock, and if you just mash A after the Death Warp, you'll actually warp to Motostoke, and it is a massive run killer. So you have to be very careful about that.
You warp back to exactly where you just were.
But that's the last Death Warp of the run, so I promise I won't lie to everyone again. This entire section is actually...
You won't die again?
Yeah, I will not
won't
die.
die again?
If I actually went deathless, I would donate an extra $20. Because that's actually insane. This route, I haven't stressed it enough. This route is extremely scary. I finished very few deathless runs in this game. And unfortunately, I have to go deathless to get a PB. But we take a lot of risk in the run. And alongside that, we have to do a lot of setup, especially in early game, to get through fights, which just means more opportunities to get crit. And going deathless would be pretty sick, so hopefully we can get that. We're on good pace. We got through a lot of the hard stuff, but we have the worst route in the game coming up, which we'll also talk about later. But for now, we have a ton of tech smashing sections. This is probably the longest one until end game, so we can do a ton of donations right now.
All right, I can deliver on that one. We've got $262 from Zelsi, donating for the best doggo, Mighty Enna. Thank you for doing this amazing event for a great cause. And we've got $650 from Brosauce. Hey gang, Brosauce back again. Here's another donation for the awesome sword run and charity. Put this toward naming the Route 8 catch to Daddy Keys to pay respect to our meme big lord and savior Keyzeron.
I'm excited for the Route 8 catch. Yeah.
I'm gonna assume y'all know what that means more than I do. And it seems we've been getting that Pokedex train still rolling here. We have $5.86 from Serene Dragon, keeping on that Pokedex train and donating for my favorite Pokemon, Sawsbuck.
Really quickly here, I'm doing a few X item purchasing, like you mentioned earlier. I couldn't buy X speeds earlier. I actually don't really need them for the rest of the run, but just in case things go bad, it'll be nice. And I also used the next one earlier, so not a bad idea. I'm also picking up X accuracies, which again I shouldn't need, but for safety, there's a few things that can stand attack me, and I just want to make sure I'm ready if something happens. And then I also picked up one guard spec, which we are going to use quite heavily. It's going to have one really important use for one of the endgame fights. I'm also going to buy Rain Dance here, which is very effective for the next route, because the next route actually has by default Sunlight, or Harsh Sun, I think is what it's called, as the default weather status, which lowers our water type damage by 50%, if I remember correctly. And we're going to be using Rain Dance a lot on that route just to undo that and also give us a nice damage boost. So we can do a few more donations.
Yeah, basically tripling water moves.
It's pretty nice, but this is another long section, so we can do a few more donations.
Alrighty, sounds good. We have Matthew119 with donation $3.93 for my favorite dragon, Salamence. Good luck with the run. And let's see now. We've got $134 from Jethro254, donating $134 for my favorite Pokemon, Vaporeon. I call her Pebbles Heart. Let's keep the train rolling. Hi, Wartab. Miss me? $44.50 from Adel. Generation 8 soundtrack is a real banger. Also donating for number 445, Garchomp. Greetings from Japan.
The soundtrack in this game is fantastic, and it's probably one of my favorite Pokemon game soundtracks. One of the underrated things for me in like a speedrun is a good soundtrack, because you're going to be listening to it for, hundreds of hours. And this game definitely delivers on that.
I find it so hard not to hum.
Dude, it's hard. I'm trying really hard to not do that for the marathon run. Because that's what I do that a lot when I play the game. I just kind of like humming along or doing things like that. But we're going to teach Water Pledge right now, which is from this nice little move tutor guy. And I'm going to do some menuing as well to move Drizzle back to my party. And I'm going to do a couple things. I'm going to teach this Rain Dance so we can have it for the next route. And then I'm going to use 2 rare candies for that, so we can be level 30, which gives us a nice damage boost that Wartab was talking about earlier. And then Water Pledge is an 80 damage move versus Pulse's 60 damage move, which is really nice. And we're going to be using Pledge basically throughout the rest of the run now as our kind of main damaging move, because we can't learn Surf from other normal moves you would learn in a speedrun that are pretty powerful. But yeah, we're coming up worst route in the game now. Most of these fights are very deadly, and there's one fight in particular in this route that's really bad, and then to top it all off, you have to fight Hop, and this is the first fight where Hop is actually difficult. So, like I said earlier, both of these fights with the Team Yell guys, it's a chain fight. If I lose to the second fight, I have to redo the first fight, which is really bad. So hopefully that doesn't happen. And then I'm going to be doing Rain Dance on both the fights and hope for the best. A lot of things on this route do a lot of damage to you. Basically, fights are going to be pretty scary until we become Inteleon at level 35, which will happen as we're inside of a Beast Gym, which is the 4th gym leader. So there's that harsh sunlight I talked about. But
yeah, we haven't... We've mentioned some differences between the Sword and Shield route. This is one where, route differences are super prevalent. Obviously, we have to set up Rain Dance here, have a chance of one-shotting these Pokemon. I think most of them are routes, but with the Arcanine route, because you're a fire type, the Harsh Sunlight actually helps you. So where the two games are, roughly even, or Sobble's like a little bit better through this part of the game, this route right here, Arcanine sort of takes a leap forward and is either, even with the Sobble route or even ahead of it at this point. It's a really big turning point in the run.
And if you want a really easy run, you can also, there's an alternate route, as we call it. It is based on a traded Whimsicott you get, which is called Candy Floss. It is really popular because it can actually almost compete with normal routes. It's just about like 1 or 2 minutes slower. But the safety it provides is actually insane. Because you can almost die nowhere, because it has really high special attack, fixed stats, so you will always have the same stuff to deal with. And we had a lot of runners.
It's a really cool route, and it's really fun to watch as well. Oh, here's some sand attacks. Didn't matter, cool. Alright, so we got through, this is one of the scary deaths. The other scary potential death spot on this route I'm going to be saving, so it's not too bad. But the next fight is the only metronome type fight in the run. A lot of Pokemon games have this, where you're just going to fight a trainer that has only Clefairies or Clefables, and they're just going to spam metronome. And that means it can either go pretty awesome, or it can go pretty badly. Generally pretty well, though. It's very rare to die to this fight, as long as you heal fully. One strat I would do if I'm on good pace, or if I'm concerned, or if I'm at like a good HP, is I would try to set up so that the Clefairy knocks me into Torrent, which is completely random, but generally seems pretty favored.
If you get Explosion, I will donate $100
straight up if it does a really powerful move, so a little scary.
Oh.
Increase your stats. It's really bizarre, and I don't know why they did that. There's a lot of things like that. There's a lot of fun memes that can come from this fight. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, conveniently a reroute that was actually not present. Obviously it's a reroute, but that was not done earlier. It's your candy before this route. Normally now, that conveniently gives you a higher level than the Clefable, therefore she cannot hit stuff like Fisher or Hornbill on you.
Yeah.
Because a few people actually died to that already.
It's crazy, yeah.
Including me.
Alright, well, now I have Insomnia as an ability. Very interesting from Clefairy. I don't have Torrent anymore, so I could not go for Torrent strats even if I had it. Even if I had the right HP. I've actually never seen that move before. I'm going to pulse this Clefable to just have a chance of confusing it, because it would be a 2-shot regardless with Pledge anyway. Did not get the confusion. Got Overheat though. So pretty safe. Fire type move. Not really concerned. And then this next section of grass is pretty scary, because there's Dug Trios here. And they're pretty hard to dodge, so they kind of like randomly pop up. And they may or may not have Arena Trap. And they're pretty scary. They have a chance of just straight up killing you if you can't run away fast enough. But no Dug Trios there. See if there's any up here. None. Okay, cool. Really nice. There's still one more grass patch we have to go through later, but we'll just hope for the best. And then we have Artist Duncan, another jerk in the run.
Oh god, this guy.
Let me heal once again. I'm going to save again because this fight is awful, and also dying here means I have to run all the way back here and risk hitting another Dug Trio, or hitting a Dug Trio. The reason why this fight is scary is this Coughing has 3 moves. Haze, which basically does nothing, so that's what we want. It'll do Smoke Screen, which lowers your accuracy, which is bad, obviously. And then it has Self-Destruct, which will lower your HP a lot, and it will force you to do different strats. The problem is the Sudowoodo that we're going to fight right after this Coughing. It does a lot of damage with Rock Slide. It has Sturdy, so you can't even one-shot it. There's Self-Destruct. About to X-Defend now. And then it is just very hard to kill as well. Let's see what happens here. Fortunately, I have really high defense. But yeah.
So what do you think that's... What do you think that sculpture he's holding is? A Pikachu or a fur?
I think it's a Pikachu. The higher pitch my voice goes, it means the less confident I am. So.
Mimikyu.
I've had a lot of runs down here just to getting crit at this point because a crit, yeah,
I think it's Stunfisk.
a crit goes through X item boost, so you never want to see that. Or we would just die from any crit.
I can see it.
The board is a stun fist.
Also, you sometimes see.
Yeah.
Yo.
So it's a Pikachu standing on it.
Also, you sometimes see Etchy use water pulse instead of swift, even if it would deal more damage in the sun. But we want to basically just confuse the opponent, just in case he would have rolled a crit.
There's a lot of times where we're just going to use pulse, even though the damage is less, just to potentially not die, to slightly improve our chances of not dying.
I got you.
Thanks, man.
So Etchy just went into the next city, Stoan side, and then immediately left. That was to register the fly point. He's going down here to get a rare candy that's kind of out of the way. And if you were to do this sort of naturally and have to run all the way back, it's kind of slow. But instead, he can use the rare candy and heal in the same menu as when he flies back to Stoan side. So it's a sort of like a little menu optimization. He gets himself to level 34, which isn't one of those 30358 levels. But it is going to let him evolve at level 35 quite a bit earlier than if he didn't candy.
Now we have to fight Cramorant, which is a new Pokemon. And he's kind of a nightmare. With my stats, let me see, let me make sure I'm doing this correctly. I'm going to have to do the strat that basically involves not doing any super effective moves, so I'm going to be triple X special attacking here. But it's very important we either one-shot this Cramorant or don't knock it under at half HP. And someone can explain why while I do this fight.
Yeah, so Cramorant's ability, I forgot what it's called.
Gulp Missile.
Yeah, Gulp Missile. Whenever he surfs or uses dive, and in this case he has dive, he will get a Pokemon in his mouth, a fish or a Pikachu. If he's below half, he will get a Pikachu, that's guaranteed. We didn't know that at first, so we were always going for a two-shot on him. And when he gets a Pikachu and dies, he throws it at you and paralyzes you, which is really awful because the other Pokemon will be faster than you and just straight up kill you. So if he uses dive, we want him to be at full health, so he only gets a fish, which he will also throw at you, deal a bit of damage, and just drop your defense. But that's not as bad as getting paralyzed.
In general, paralysis is really scary in this run until we get 4 restores. And you get 4 restores only after the 8th gym leader. Same with Confusion. Confusion's also very scary. But we actually got diveless, so I didn't even get to see the Gulp Missile, which is pretty rare. Which is nice but rare. And
I've never seen
it's
that.
only happened to me a few times, so that's pretty nice. But we did get the Ember Text. Oh yeah, every time Hop does like a signature move with his reboot, which is usually just the fire type move, he does another 8 seconds of dialogue or so. But we effectively skipped the super effective text on this fight by just spamming Swift on everything besides the Cramorant.
Really good section
This was
overall,
pretty smooth.
honestly.
Can't complain too much. Didn't miss any attacks. It was just the artist fight was slow because I got self-destruct, but there's not much you can do about it. I could have risked it on artist, but
Yeah, during the
Oh.
first month of speedruns, which Pulse probably remembers, we did not use to use any rare candies here. So leaving this fight, I think we were like level 31. Here, Etchy's almost level 35. Those rare candies make the fights way more consistent, and you will die less. And you can just imagine how bad the fights were beforehand.
I would lose maybe 2 minutes at a time every time I would come
this
here. It was
route is already, the
awful.
entire split, like the route plus Hop 5 is already a massive run killer. Even with the rare candies, and it was way worse before. But now we're entering B's gym before gym leader. She's fighting type. As the best and worst puzzle, it's actually a cool puzzle, but it's the one I mess up the most probably. Hoping I don't just bounce between the same things 20 times, which happens every other run, I feel like. But we have to fight a few gym trainers here, and we're going to actually evolve into Inteleon after the second one. Or first one, after the first one.
I'll drop an extra 20 if you get it perfect.
On any of them, or all of them? That's not happening.
All of
I'm telling you right now. It's really tough, and there's a little bit of variance.
Yeah, not with that attitude.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, come on, man.
All right, well, I already bonked. So.
Well, all right.
Nothing to see next round
There
time.
you go. I had to, because I did that bonk, I actually had to readjust and didn't have much of a choice there. That's like the worst place you can bonk.
That first bonk
Oh
wasn't
my god.
too debilitating, but the rest.
Once I bonked on the second
just-
thing, it was just
Shut
I
off again.
have no choice but to stop for a second until I can kind of readjust because if I just try to get out of there, I'm going to bounce on the other side. That's the only really bad choke point in this entire gym. All the other puzzles are not nearly as bad.
We call that the pinball.
Yeah.
So aside from the, our main choice, which was sort of impacted by this is actually the first part of the game where it's truly different between Sword and Shield. Here in Sword, he's fighting a fighting type gym leader, or gym, the gym leader being B. The Shield run has a ghost type gym here with the gym leader Alistair. Sword is preferable for Sobble for a couple of reasons. Two big reasons in this gym alone. The first reason is this first fight, instead of having a Stuffle and a Beware, has 2 Pumpkaboos and a Phantump. And both of them are grass ghost type Pokemon. So grass obviously not being ideal for our Inteleon now. And also being ghost, we can't even use Swift against it. So we'd have to use our water moves. And that's just not very effective. So that would be slow. In addition to the fact that there's 1 extra Pokemon. Like there's 3 Pokemon in Shield and there's only 2 in Sword. The other big reason is Alistair's one of Alistair's Pokemon is a Mimikyu, and Mimikyu has the ability Disguise, meaning unless you have a Pokemon with Mold Breaker, which ignores abilities, Disguise prevents it from taking damage on turn 1. And because it doesn't take any damage on turn 1, you can't one-shot it. So it's just, in addition to having an extra trainer, or an extra Pokemon on a trainer, you also have a guaranteed extra turn on Alistair, compared to B, so it's definitely less than ideal for that. For the Arcanine route, you really don't want to be running against B, not necessarily because of this fight, but because there's a rematch that we have to do. And at that point, we're using a different Pokemon, which just does not like her lead Pokemon.
Or any of her Pokemon.
Yeah.
So I evolved into Inteleon there and actually teach a move called Snipe Shot, which you wouldn't know it if you just read the description, but it's actually a high crit chance move like I mentioned a long time ago, which makes it 1 out of 8 chance to crit. I don't remember what the other ability is on the move. It actually has 2 abilities. What's the other one? It's like Piercing or something. It like goes through things. I don't remember. Either way, we're going to be using it. It has the same power as Water Pledge, and we're going to be using it in place of Pledge whenever we run out of moves. The current route actually uses Water Pulse in certain areas instead, which is actually just as good and faster because you don't have to learn anything. But for safety and also for swag for crits, went for Snipe Shot, the older strat. I actually have to save here as well because this fight isn't that scary. But if I get crit at an untimely time, I have to redo that entire puzzle. And I don't want to do that, especially with how bad the first one went. The second and third were actually perfect, so.
You know the chance for the $20 though, man.
I'll just keep doing it until we get that. All right, so we should be pretty safe. And as I enter this gym, I'm actually going to be doing a super safety strat that involves Dynamaxing. I'm just going to be special attacking on Hitmontop and then Dynamaxing on Surfetch. The Surfetch can actually use Detect, but because we're Dynamax, we can pierce through the Detect if it does do it, so it's actually pretty nice. And then that guarantees the one-shot on the Machamp without stressing about getting back into Tauren or doing extra setup or anything. Because the normal strat on this fight is to two-shot the Machamp, which, again, if I get crit on that turn, I'll lose like 5 minutes at least. And while I go into this fight,
You actually one-shot the Surfetch
no, you
through
don't
the
one
tech?
shot.
That's
it,
crazy.
Turn.
Okay.
So it's not too bad.
Yeah, the Protect makes it any max move deal a quarter damage that it normally does.
If we had rain already, it might get a little bit closer, but it still wouldn't be enough probably. But I think it does exactly half from when I had a really bad solval. And this solval was quite a bit better, so we'll see. Yeah, this fight's pretty straightforward. And then this him on top can either counter or revenge typically. It also has quick attack, so you have to be careful about that. But whether or not it counters is kind of random. It seems to not be favored to do that if you have really low defense. But it's hard to say for sure. But we're not going to worry about it. We're just going to do safety weenie strats, super weenie Sundays here. It'll be fine. And then once I Dynamax, we can do a few donations. And we got counter too, wow. Actually, we can go ahead and start doing donations now. This fight's pretty straightforward.
All right, I can do that. We have $60 from Anonymous. Got up early just for the Pokemon run. Go, Etchy, go. We've got, looks like, ooh, here's one. We got $43 from Jess201. Here's $43. Let's make Odyssey happen. Odyssey at the moment.
Since you got counter, you don't need to Dynamax, right?
You're right, yeah. Well, I mean,
You can't die to a crit.
I didn't X defend. Oh, yeah. I need to go for it then. Oops. Not a big deal. Yeah, I didn't X defend, so a crit could definitely kill me here. But fortunately, we're actually on really good pace right now, so even if we do die here, it's not the end of the world. I'm also going to Snipe Shot. A crit won't kill, but maybe it's like a 1 out of 60 range. You never know. My special attack's good, it's just probably not good enough. But yeah, so we're just going to do 2-shot strat instead. Very unlikely to die here, so let's hope for the best. Yeah.
Famous last words. Also, sorry I interrupted you. I started talking.
But let's finish this for champ off, and then we can do a few more donations. Let's see here. All right, here's Snipe Shot number 1. This hit that he's going to do to me is going to hurt. Didn't get crit. Okay, good. We actually got lucky too. He didn't do his fighting type move. Or she didn't do her fighting type move, because if she does, it also comes with some B dialogue, similar to the hop dialogue that we talked about before. But we didn't have to Dynamax. We didn't have to use weenie strats, so this is pretty good. Hit a normal fight. And there's going to be some techs mashing in a pretty easy fight. So we can do it for more donations right now.
Okay, will do. We've got $40 from Swiftaloo. Everyone talks about Pokemon, but what about moves? Here's a donation from my favorite, TM39. Wait, it's TM40 in Sword and Shield? Well, here's another $1. I'm so proud of you, Etchy, for running this game at CRDQ. Best of luck with the rest of the run. I know you'll do great. And $6.58 from Retro Dude, donating $6.58 for my favorite Pokemon, Greninja. Let's go, Mario Odyssey. I'm pleased to report Mario Odyssey has just passed 18,000. It's really rolling. Let's keep that train going, my friends.
How much time do we have before the Odyssey run? When is that supposed to be scheduled?
For the Odyssey run? Let me scroll through the schedule real quick because I'm very prepared. It's set for 4:21 p.m. Eastern. We are currently at 10:09 a.m. Eastern. So we got a few hours left.
And as I go into this fight, the strat's also very simple here. I'm just going to X special attack and then sweep the team. If he does light screen turn 1, which will reduce the damage my special attacks do, then I'll just X special attack again, and then that'll kind of counter it. And then I'll just continue to sweep. But this is another really long section, so we can do donations.
I've got some of those. We have $7.29 from Twy, donating $7.29 for the best Pokemon, Brion. And $14.40 from Scarth. Gotta donate for the best Burb, Articuno. Times 10 for good measure. And $500 from Shiro102, who just says, "Hi, Wartab."
Hi.
He'll do a Hollywood should cry, but he doesn't want to say hi, so it's fine.
I mean, we do have 250 from Shiro102 saying, "Can we get another Halucha?"
Yeah.
I totally did not expect that. Want me to do it now?
Sure.
Let's go.
I will say, by the way, so
I think the quality.
wartab, he used to have a channel point word on his channel where you could say any Pokemon and you do the cry for it, so you don't have to just suggest Halucha. Just saying. He might not know it, but
Oh dear.
We might be able to get him
No,
to do
no.
Jinx too.
Oh my god.
long text mashing you can do. So we can do probably like 5 donations.
All right. We've got $25 from JP Zinum. Thank you to all the runners and staff for helping make this event possible. Good luck to Etchy on the sword run. Hope you have
Thanks,
fun. Yeah, $4.94 from Tamuha. $4.94 for Victini. May Victini bless your run and grant you strength. You need to finish it fast. Next, we have 400 from Anonymous. I couldn't donate toward my number 1 since Bulbasaur is too small for its own donation, so I added it to one of my other favorites. This is for you, Bidoof. And 101 from Shiro102. Man, I've been hearing that name a lot lately. Just says, go Etchy.
I'm trying.
Let me get another one or two, or
at least 2 more.
all right. All right, cool. Got $65 from Jimmy 3 Sticks. Love the Pokemon series, and here to rep my favorite Pokemon, Alakazam. And then we've got $43 from Catherine66. Here's 43 for one of my favorite Pokemon, Oddish. Oddish been getting a fair bit of love today. I dig it. I
I don't hate Oddish, but it's just surprising. I know. If I ran you at the Mega Kick, I've actually picked up a Max Revive there. I won't even be able to use it because I'm not going to have an extra Pokemon for a while, but soon we'll have our Rad 8 catch, and you can Max Revive if needed there. Because normally you don't get a Max Revive until much later in the run. We are now entering the 5th Gym Leader's town, Opal. Well, the Gym Leader's name is Opal. This town's called Balloonlay, I think, if I'm not mistaken. This is a fairy type gym leader. She's generally not scary. It's scary for like losing time. There's a Pokemon in one of the gym trainer fights that has Flatter, which is a priority move that confuses you, which really sucks. And then if Opal poisons you, you immediately lose like 20 to 30 seconds because you have to Dynamax. 20 seconds is like optimal strats. So it's a little rough, but it's not too bad. And I'm in a good spot item-wise to be ready for any situation on Opal. We're going to try to get Torrent from the pre-fights, but it isn't super common. It's kind of random if Gardevoir wants to cooperate or not. And then also,
This here... I was going to say, this here is actually the gym where Torrent would probably benefit insanely just because of like the crazy strats that you can do, but again, free heal entering the gym kind of sucks.
Fortunately, I have a lot of ways to set up
Also,
Torrent on Opal. Hopefully I don't get poisoned so I can show that off, but if I get poisoned, I basically just Dynamax and Steamroll. And then the gimmick for these fights too, and also the gym leader fight, is that everything's like a quiz. So each fight leading up to Opal has some kind of quiz question, and depending on how you answer it will impact your stats. So if you answer it correctly, you'll get like a boost to some stat. If you answer incorrectly, you get a decrease. And it's the same, it's similar to like X items, except it's only like 1 or 2 stages. It's only like 1 stage. I think all of them are 1 stage.
Well, there's one question in particular, though.
Fortunately, they last a while, so you'll probably see it. I'm actually going to heal this confusion. Just for safety. And I have plenty of heal powders as well. It's also pretty rare to get confused there, so that was unfortunate. And then...
Also, I don't want to miss out on this occasion to patronize Etchy again for a mistake.
no,
You said
go for it.
Flatters
this
not
faster?
priority. No, it has Prankster.
Oh, I did not realize that.
Yeah. Prankster's one of my favorite abilities, but it's absolutely awful for speedruns. You fight Marnie's Lipard, which is the lead for the next 2 Marnie fights, has Prankster as well. So even if you're faster than it, it can get... what Prankster does is it makes all status moves, basically non-damaging moves, have +1 priority. So where Flatter is a normal priority move, instead it will gain +1 priority like Quick Attack or Aqua Jet. And so Marnie can use Torment on the turn that you are going to one-shot, even if you're faster, because of the Prankster ability. So it's definitely a cool ability, but it's absolutely awful to run against because you have to plan for like anything.
My favorite cry.
I actually answered that question wrong there. There's another question I'm likely going to purposely be answering wrong just because it's faster than scrolling down. That one impacted our speed. There's a crit. And we still outspeed this even with the speed drop, so it doesn't matter.
Even if we for some reason did not manage to kill the first Pokemon one hit, and it drops our speed by 2 stages, we'd be 4 times slower and we would still outspeed.
All right, here's the Morgrim that has Flatter.
It
is crazy.
Kind of
crazy. Super slow. We'll see what happens here. Hopefully you just don't get it, and then you don't have to worry or freak out anymore. If I do get it, I have to heal a lot and hope for the best. Didn't get it. Okay, good.
Can I just say, Flatter is the dumbest move because like Swagger makes sense. Swagger boosts your attack and confuses you, which, you know, you use your attack stat when you hit yourself in confusion, so it makes sense. Flatter is pointless. It boosts your special attack and confuses you. There's no point to it.
So, I specifically took the boost there. I'll barely survive the Dazzling Gleam. It didn't do it. But it is okay. And then I'm not in Torrent. Actually, I am in Torrent. So this actually is really nice for the next fight because it means I don't get poisoned. But it means setting up Torrent for the rest of the fight is actually really hard. So we'll see what happens. It might work out in my favor. So I'm going to skip healing here. And then basically because I'm in Torrent, I can just Water Pledge the Wheezing. Don't have to worry about getting sludged. And then I'm going to set up to either +4 with Torrent, which is 2x special attacks, and then Torrent, or just +6 without Torrent. Or I can do +4 in Rain Dance, just depending on my items. My items are actually fine.
The fight Etchy is going to go for is actually a bit slower than the one where you would heal to full before, but just the fact that you don't have to menu makes it overall still
and
faster.
Minimizing the risk of poison. I can't get poisoned now, which is a massive time loss if that happens, compared to just going for this right now. It's not a massive time loss to this, but it is a little bit of time loss. It's a massive time loss to optimal, like Torrent setup and stuff, where you don't get poisoned. So damage-wise this fight, what I think I want here is to take a single crunch and then an air slash. That would set me up into Torrent really well, but I don't think that's going to happen because I'm going to have to heal on Mawile and X special attack before I can kill it. But you never know. We'll see. Oh, did I level up out of Torrent? No, I didn't. Okay.
Oh, you had 35 out of 109, I think.
Okay, so now I'm going to heal here. And then we're going to hope for the best. What damage boost do I get, or what do I get from that? I get speed. Alright, so gonna +2, then hopefully +4. We got the crunch. So what we can do here is if it iron defenses right now, there it is, we can go for the kill. And then as long as we don't die to air slash, we'll be in Torrent. So I'm gonna do another +2 on Togekiss. Air slash will not kill me as long as I do not get crit. So we'll see what happens here.
Also, you don't need that speed boost you got from the right answer, but you just don't want the speed drop.
Yep.
Said the wrong thing there. This might be actually bad. I'm gonna have to X special defend now.
Speed boost there is relevant in the shield run.
I forgot because I did a different setup than normal. I was not able to get into the right HP. I think I'm actually gonna have to reset this right now.
Can you
Just
dynamite?
you're right.
Yeah,
I have that written
dynamite.
down. Good point. So yeah, so this will solve all our problems. Fortunately. But yeah, basically because I had to do that extra heal, I got that question that lowered my special defense too early. If I said yes to that question, I wouldn't have been able to get Torrent off the air slash, so that's why I said no, and I was hoping I could just kind of heal into it with the next special defend. I don't need that next special defend, because we're actually going to buy a few more, so it's not the end of the world. But didn't want to Dynamax if I didn't have to. I usually don't have to do this Torrent strat, but for once in my life, I actually ended up in Torrent before Opal, which was nice. And now we're going to fight a Giant Cake and destroy it. And then while this Dynamaxing goes on and this fight ends, we can do a bunch of donations.
Okay, sounds good. We've got $25 from Raven234. Donation in honor of Wartab's encyclopedic knowledge on Pokemon mechanics. We have $57.30 from Anonymous. Hey Vic, I donated $57.30 in your place. Don't know why you wanted this exact amount. Maybe I should have asked, but here you go. If I had to venture a guess, I'd say it's because that's, I think it's, how do you pronounce it? Is it Cinchino or Chinchino?
Chinchino?
I honestly don't know.
Chinchino? Yeah.
We're gonna go with Chinchino, yeah. It's little floofy boy. You love him. And $62.30 from Ba8900. Here's $62.30 for my favorite Pokemon in Sword Shield, Golurk. He's cute, but powerful. And $59 from Tiggs Hunter for the best doggo, number 59, Arcanine.
I think it was before we went live, but during our sound check, we all gave our favorite Gen 1 Pokemon, and Arcanine was 2 out of the 4 of us. That's a good pick.
Squirtle.
Why did you say nice? It was 59.
I like Squirtle's up there, but Arcanine's definitely nicer for me. So here we're going to actually, if you talk to Opal here, well, she's going to talk to us, but if you say yes to her, she'll actually teleport you to the town we're supposed to go to next, which is Hammerlock. We don't want to do that because we want to go fly back to Motostoke to get some of the X items that were only available in that town. Because we're actually, if you didn't notice, we have basically no X special attacks left. And we're going to buy 40 of them right now for the rest of the run. Because we're not overpowered enough.
And when he says teleport, it's probably the slowest teleport that you've
ever
ever
get a cutscene
witnessed.
after it too.
Yeah, it's actually slower to say yes there than it is to just fly. Because for 2 different reasons. One, the whole cutscene is, slow. And the second reason is Hammerlock has 3 Pokemon centers. There's like the middle one, and there's one on the left and one on the right. She takes you to the left one, but you have to go right outside the middle one. So it's faster to actually say, no, I don't want to go with you. Watch her walk away at a half a mile an hour. And then fly to the middle center. That's actually faster. And this is actually the part in the run where the shield run, the shield run is already different because we're using Arcanine throughout the whole section. But right here, things drastically change. So we actually go out of our way, go back to the wild area, and catch a level 42 to 45 Drillbur. We get specifically Drillbur rather than Excadrill. Excadrill is available at level 34, so we could have caught it a bit earlier. But we want to get Drillbur because Drillbur learns Earthquake at level 44. And so we can use some leftover rare candies, get ourselves up to 44, each Earthquake, evolve, and now we have Excadrill for the rest of the run. And Excadrill is a really good Pokemon. Especially in the late game, there are a lot of steel types we have to face where Earthquake is going to demolish them. and just overall really solid Pokemon. But again, there's such a time investment. Like even if Arcanine's ahead of the Sobble route right now, it's like a 3-minute detour to go get the Excadrill, which, you know, Etchy's level 40 right now. Catching a Pokemon that's level 42 is going to have that penalty that we talked about in Kabu's gym. So you're dealing with that, trying to catch it. So it's a brutal catch 2 hours and, you know, 20 minutes into the run. But when you get it, it pays off.
And then we actually have the last kind of truly scary hop fight where he's still going through this midlife crisis thing of switching up his team. If you didn't notice, he didn't have Wooloo in that last fight, and he's not going to have it here again, or Double is what it would be. He's actually going to have one of the scariest Pokemon. It used to be really bad, but we've learned since the early days of routing. It's called Trevenant. Grass type. It does a lot of damage to us, and we're going to take advantage of that to try to get into Torrent before we start destroying his entire team. But this team and his last team are actually really solid teams. Well, no, the last team kind of sucked, but Paramount was good. But this team's actually a pretty solid team, and Inteleon's pretty well built to handle it after you get through Trevenant. I'm going to X special attack, and then as long as we get into Torrent, we're fine. I have really high defense. I might have to heal a little bit. I do have a lot of options to heal, so it should be fine. Looking for 38 HP here. Did not get it, so what I'm going to have to do here is Freshwater. There you are. And then wait for him to knock me into Torrent. A little scary, but now we're good to sweep the rest of Op's team. And you only need Torrent for 2 Pokemon in this fight, the Trevenant and the Snorlax, which we're going to come up on soon. The Boltund dies pretty fast, and then he has 2 fire types, which we can knock out pretty fast. But this is also the first time we see Cinderace, and we actually outspeed Cinderace throughout the entire run, even though he was kind of outspeeding us constantly when he was Reboot. Inteleon just has barely better speed. I think it has exactly like 1 extra speed stat normally. It's hilarious.
It is.
Yeah.
So yeah, gonna deal with him. And then we have a Route 8 catch coming up right after this. I was told the name is Daddy Keys. So that's exciting.
That is correct.
The Pokemon we catch on Route 8 just depends on what's available. The best case scenario is a Togedemaru, because that one is a Steel Electric Mouse. 100% catch rate with a Quick Ball. And it also has an ability called, it might have an ability, 50-50, called Lightning Rod. And if that happens, it makes Raihan quite a bit safer. There's only one scary part with the Raihan thing, and it's not too bad. If you have that.
What?
Oh, just don't miss Icy Wind.
Icy Wind and Thunder Punch. That's 2 in my book. 3 since you have to hit 2 Pokemon. Yeah, Inteleon is a glass cannon. It has the 2nd highest special attack of all starters. Only Primarina is better, has 1 special attack more than Inteleon. But it has also, like, I think the 2nd highest speed. I think only Greninja is faster. So it is incredibly good, even if you, as you can see, only have water moves basically and Swift. You have 3 water moves, and you will never have like less once you have 3. And one of them is not even a damaging move. It is kind of crazy, because normally when you're doing a speedrun route, you want to have some coverage, right? Not just one type that deals damage. But Inteleon's stats are just so good that you don't need any coverage. The only coverage you get is normal and ice with really low power moves. So it is kind of contradicting the normal rules for a route.
We haven't seen anything to catch yet. We can also get a Poniard in the... we can go Boulder if we're desperate. If we see a Poniard, I'm going to save before I try to catch it, because it's 83% chance to catch it. In my practice run 2 days ago, I actually, for the first time ever, didn't get a single catchable thing running through here, which is really bad. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Because I have to run back in here and hope we get something. Alright, there's a Poniard. I'm
What
not
about a
catching
Girder?
See Girder, he'll catch you.
Yeah.
This is the route I mentioned earlier, where it can be very hard to get through your encounter list. Like, you obviously want one encounter, at least because you want to catch something. You go for Togedemaru and Poniard, specifically because they're steel types, but also the catch rate on them is very high. So you are just more likely to catch it. I think the Poniard's like 80%, maybe a little bit more, like 90.
83.
So
83%. And then the Togedemaru is actually guaranteed in the quick ball, which is really nice.
daddy keys? Yes.
But they're daddy key. A lot of the Pokemon on this route have the sort of like overworld AI where they just gun right after you. So if he sees specifically a Girder, but other Pokemon, like a Volbee's not in this game. I think Girder's the big one where he'll just run right at you. In addition, the Girder's hitbox is like
Yeah.
a mile. It's ridiculously big. Like, you can not be touching it. You could be practicing your social distancing and still get an encounter on it. It's ridiculous.
Go up here. Scared.
Oh boy.
If I hurry, I can zoom past here. There we go. Okay. That was probably slower than just taking the encounter. Oh, and I just ran into the Phalanx anyway. Cool. That Phalanx is not normally that far.
You ran back this. Yeah, there are different ways you can de-aggro the Pokemon. You can like enter Pokemon Camp, I think does it. You can, like he did, go back up the ladder. There are ways to do it, but a lot of them are kind of slow. So, but even though they're slow, it is faster than just getting the encounters.
Is pretty neat, but they basically it respawns everything and also resets a lot of spinner cycles. Unfortunately, by default, everything spawns in facing down. So if you're below something like I was with the Girder earlier, entering camp will just make it immediately look at me. So not super useful there, sadly. But we got through there. We got our Route 8 catch. We got our daddy keys. Very fast, very easy. And now we're going to go pick up Icy Wind, which we're not going to teach actually for a while. But it's going to come in handy for quite a few fights later, especially a lot of the double battles.
Remembering to grab Icy Wind, what kind of
Crazy,
runner?
It's Trimmer. Why are you not playing Shield then? You get Icy Wind for free without a detour.
Yeah, this gym up here is the second gym that is different between the two games. So here it's going to be a rock type gym. In Shield, it's an ice type gym. The puzzle in here is the same, although it's a little bit more difficult in Shield just because of something you'll see in a little bit. But the ice type gym leader has a Gigantamax Lapras, which Inteleon just has no way to get through fast. That is, even if the Mimikyu and the grass type trainers in the Ghost Gym weren't that big of a deal, this Lapras would be a deal breaker. Where this fight is incredibly easy in Sword because it's a rock type gym. Also, this is the worst gym puzzle.
One, dude. You just gotta memorize it. Oh no! We actually have a really fun thing going on here, though. But first, we gotta get through this gym trainer. I'm gonna go fight him or fight her. Shouldn't be too bad. She only has one Pokemon. It's a rock type, and we'll see how it goes. This entire puzzle is basically invisible pitfalls. I know where they are, so you're not gonna be able to tell. I know. Actually, I'm gonna go back really quickly. I might have forgotten something over here. Oh nope! I fell. Okay, and we're past the gym trainer.
Oh, dude.
So yeah, that's a little trick that we can do. That fight's normally required because you have to step. You can see the puzzle right now. There's no way around that platform, and if you step on that platform, you have to fight her. But if you lightly tap the platform and the game thinks that it's the last thing you've touched, anytime you fall, you'll go back to the last platform you're on. And as a result, if we lightly touch the platform and then fall, we can just teleport behind her and don't have to fight her.
Yeah, it's worth noting that if you're an aspiring Pokemon Sword and Shield speedrunner, and you're trying to figure that out, The best way to do that is to just go for it. If you try to tiptoe onto it, you're more likely than not going to actually hit the trainer. But like something with the way that the character model's like feet are moving makes it so she actually steps a little bit further than the rest of her body when like at full stride. So you can just quickly like go up and then quickly turn around and you actually register the checkpoint there. Also, this right here is what I was talking about. Game developers, stop doing this. Blind stuff isn't fun.
Oh, fun fact too is that trainer skip is actually harder on Shield. First, the gym layouts are the exact same in Shield as Sword. It's just like icy instead of sandy. The difference is though that the gym trainer is just for some reason closer to the edge of the platform, so you have to be really, really careful in Shield.
Yeah, and this section, the third section there is a little bit more difficult in Shield as well, just because instead of it being like a sandstorm, it's more of a whiteout situation. And you can kind of see through both the sandstorm and the whiteout, but with the whiteout, the obstacles behind it that you're looking for are also white. So it's just a little bit like there's not enough contrast there, where with the sandstorm, it's like tan on brown, which are basically the same color, but there's just more of a difference. So you can actually make things out a little bit
too, but the whole gimmick there with that gym is, the puzzle is you can feel vibrations whenever you're facing an incoming pitfall. But obviously I know where they are, so it doesn't matter to me, but that's how you're supposed to kind of get through that entire section. And then we have Gordy. He's a rock-type gym leader, so he's actually pretty easy for us to deal with, but we do need to do a next special attack just to get through and do everything. This barnacle can be kind of scary, but just depends on if he's nice to us. Shell Smash is okay. Well, he doesn't crit. Alright, fine. The scary thing that can happen in this fight is if he rock tombs you, which will drop your speed down. You may think, rock type gym, everything's really slow. He actually has a Stonjourner, which is surprisingly high base speed. I think it's like 70 or something. And at certain speeds, if you're -1 speed from the rock tomb, then it'll actually outspeed you. And it can do like Wonder Room or just straight up kill you if you're not careful.
And if your Inteleon is a really, really fast, aka 30 or 31 IV positive speed, if the Barbaracle goes for Shell Smash, you will still speed tie it, and then it can go for Rock Tomb and just straight up kill you if you have defenses that are not great.
In general, a lot of the Pokemon AI doesn't like doing stat dropping moves unless that has a reason to, even if it's more powerful. You see that in Gen 3 and some other games as well. Just they're more likely to do a Rock Tomb if you have like a certain speed, even if Rock Tomb's their most powerful move. But anyway,
this guy's so anime.
He really is, and we love him for that. And then we can do a few donations right now.
Certainly. We have $8.40 from Yinks the Lynx. Had to jump on the Pokedex train for my best boy Appleton. Thanks to the runner's staff and all the essential works. We have $50 from Gatorism. Hi, Etchy.
I get it.
And $7 from Cassasaur. This is for my favorite Pokemon, Squirtle, for my 5-year-old nephew who's a Pokemon master in the making. I'm also putting this toward the Mario Odyssey incentive in honor of my 8-year-old nephew who loves the franchise just like I do. Let's beat this virus, everyone. Speaking of that Mario Odyssey, I am very happy to announce we have passed 20,000 on that one. We are over 1/3 of the way toward unlocking that Mario Odyssey World Peace Run. Let's keep that momentum going, my friends. And we also have $23.30 from Pritch. Gotta give a shout out to my dude 233 Porygon 2.
So this is just a text matching section. I'm actually gonna change a quick setting with my stream to make it a little bit less choppy. So give me 1 second, everyone. I can get confirmation from someone when it does come back up. Cool. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, just more text matching here. Nothing.
It looks like you are back up.
And then we're gonna go fight Hop again. This fight's not as scary as the previous ones. It's just inhale, which means we are going to rain dance just to minimize time loss from the extra hail animation stuff. But we are gonna get hail at the very end of the fight because he has too many Pokemon for us to deal with.
I always find this part kind of funny because you get a free, so we mentioned you get a free heal entering every gym. You also get a free heal exiting every gym. So even if you like were to end a gym leader in Torrent, you're going to be healed back up to full. And so the game gives you a free heal leaving the gym, and then by going into this hop fight, you get another free heal without having to actually do anything.
So yeah, the strat here is I'm going to X special attack.
Like the game basically forces you into
that gives me enough damage to be able to
continue here. You couldn't be damaged if you tried.
Cut down on the hail time loss. Got Growl, which is very nice fast attack. You can see the time loss from getting the hail damage right here, because basically all of his Pokemon take damage from hail, so it's not really time save, or it's like double time loss and just you getting hit by hail. But now I'm just gonna sweep his team.
It'd be cool. I was gonna say it'd be cool if they did so. Like Sandstorm doesn't.
Also, for anyone who didn't get why we're called Bobo 07, it's because Inteleon here is like supposed to be spy themed. It might not have made sense for those who haven't played this game if you only saw, Sabo with Gisile. But his signature move is Snapshot. He does like a little finger gun thing. It's pretty sick. If only we had the animations on. If only it wasn't a massive time loss.
Yeah.
It's okay. That's also partially why I wanted to teach it. This is one of my favorite moves, just like looks-wise, even though we don't get to see it in the run. And we can do a few donations while they clean up Hop here, and hopefully not crit.
All right, we've got $24.80 from Yellow Bunny. I had to wait for the Pokemon run to honor one of my favorite Pokemon, Tyranitar. Roar! Thank you, everyone, from the runners to the announcer and everyone behind the curtains. What you're doing is great. Also got $44 from Golem156. Speaking of Big Daddy Keys, I'm donating $44 for my favorite and Edda's favorite, Route 44. May Golem haunt you forever.
For anyone that doesn't know, the crystal randomizer races, these oftentimes will have absolutely no way to win, and then go to Route 44 and find exactly what he needs to win. He did it twice to me on Friday night.
One thing to note too is I mentioned earlier that it's really hard to keep Torrent the entire run, or like for long segments. This is the only really long segment of the run where you can actually get and keep Torrent, but it's also the only one where it's completely inconsistent whether or not you get Torrent. Which makes it pretty bad. So the reason why we can do that is because we're going to go fight Piers, which is a 7th gym leader. He's dark type. And for some reason, you don't get a full heal going into Piers gym. I don't know why. Why it's different from every other gym. But because of that, you can actually keep Torrent from Hop, that last Hop fight onward until we're done with Piers. You're going to heal it right before Piers or before the double battle before Piers. But if you have really high special attack and you're in Torrent, you can save a lot of time by just one-shotting everything in the gym because there's a lot of battles that we go through. And then here, just going to rain dance and then sweep again. If I had Torrent, I could do some fun stuff, but... Oh, am I going to not? Okay. I was hoping for a crit there. Actually hoping for a crit. And then after this, we're going to get an upgrade to our bike from the face mask wearing responsible citizen who is going to let us bike on water now. We never talked about this, but there's no HMs in this game. If you didn't notice, we had Fly. Just by menuing, we have a bike, and the bike acts as our surf now for the rest of the run. So you can use water. We can get across water with the bike. In place of what used to be HMs in the older Pokemon games, which you have to like teach to actual Pokemon just to advance in the story or make progress. And this route's really scary.
This is Yeah, this is actually the only place in the entire game that is forced that you have to use the water bike. And so if, you know, Game Freak wasn't as rigid with their progression flags, if you were able to like glitch onto the water bike, be able to skip that fight, you actually might be even able to skip like the 6th gym altogether. It'd be kind of a neat little sequence break, but unfortunately we do need the water bike, so we have to get through here.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This is the problem with this route. Basically, fish spawn in and out of the water, and their hitboxes last a really long time. So that one was completely gone, but the hitbox still persisted. And they just kind of jump up everywhere. So if one just spawns on top of you, it's over. Whereas basically in every other route, nothing spawns directly on top of you. They always spawn before you even see them, which means you have time to dodge and react. But this one you do not. There's going to be a Pokemon down here as well. I'm going to hop off the bike to make sure I get past it. And then we're going to go fight Marnie again. Marnie might be able to knock me into Torrent, but it's super unlikely. I didn't take a lot of damage. But if it knocks me into Torrent, we can save a few turns in the next few fights. And then this is also, again, we're going to be using Swift and Water Pledge alternating if we get Tormented, which is very likely because we're going to be setting up to +6 here. And then the only damaging move this Liepard can do is Sucker Punch, which is why it's random if you can get Torrent or not. Because it's only going to Sucker Punch you if you actually attack it on that turn. So if it just doesn't do Sucker Punch on the turn you attack, then you don't get extra damage. But I don't think it's going to be able to knock me into Torrent, even if it does hit me unless it crits.
Yeah, and since Sucker Punch does not damage you, you can also set up for free to +6.
There's a Torrent. I almost got away with not tormenting, or not getting tormented. Yeah.
So close.
It's a very minor time save. Basically just means I don't have to do extra minion because I can just destroy this with Swift as well. Instead, I'll be pledging it. And then this is where I'm really scared for the crit incentive. Oh, there's a crit with the Water Pledge. Awesome. As I said it. I totally jinxed it.
Hey.
I will.
But yeah, I'm going to be using a Snipe Shot throughout this entire gym pretty much. Because I'm almost out of Water Pledges if you didn't notice. And be a high crit chance. It could actually be a good thing because it could save me quite a few turns if it happens, but not super likely. And then as I clean up here and as I enter and start the gym challenge, we can do a few donations.
I gotcha. We have $143 from Chill7. Love this Pokemon run, donating for my favorite Pokemon, Snorlax. Thank you, everyone, for this great event. Also, one last Jinx impression, please.
Just doing it.
Who are we doing?
Didn't specify. Y'all can fight over it, I guess.
I need to know how it goes again, though. I don't remember. I'm not saying that as bait to get someone to do it. I'm just saying I literally do not remember.
I'll just do That's it. Bait.
I promise. Yeah.
All right. Ready?
All right. Oh, it's gonna be so bad if I do it. Everyone's gonna laugh at me, but it's okay.
This person's getting 2 of them. Look at that.
Is that good enough? Thank you. I didn't enunciate the L's
Because I was
enough,
like I was
but
in the
it's okay.
game.
I'll get there one day. It takes years of practice and training to be able to actually do Jinx or like Hawlucha or whatever. I can do Sobble because I hear that so much. It's just like.
I can do
That one's an easy one.
I'll do Aromatisse
What
for
is
$100.
Oh, I can't ask you what it sounds like because then I'm giving it away for free. All right.
Yeah. Don't bait me, man.
No, I can't even try to do it. It's gonna be bad, but I could try. But yeah, for the most part, for all these fights, I'm just kind of praying I get a crit and trying to not die. There's nothing crazy going on until we get to like the double battle, and even then, oh, we got a crit. That's a really good crit, actually.
I will write it down.
Like I said, we're gonna see a lot more.
Wait, are we doing all crits now? Oh god.
just $2. I didn't want to go broke.
$2. Okay. So wait, what are we at?
It's gotta be more than that. No, I
24.
did a few crits throughout the run.
So like 20.
Probably closer to 30.
28?
Yeah,
I think it's 28 right now.
All right, so I'm not going to go completely broke yet. That's good. I can afford the DLC in a few months then. Great. And then while I go through the next few fights that are pretty normal, feel free to do more donations.
Oh, if you insist. We've got $66 from Thomas115 who just says, Machop! Heart, heart, heart. And we have $25 from IMJV who just says, never forget your roots, Etchy. Never, ever forget Kingdom Hearts 3.
Thanks, JV. I used to run Kingdom Hearts 3 as my first
No, I'm
game
sorry,
a while ago. Yeah, PSR
we took
has
him
destroyed
over.
me. I mean, it's been great. It's been a fantastic
Pyred has him
experience. I
now.
love RNG. And I love consistent speedruns. Great.
Thank you for reading the script word for word.
I expect my check in the mail later. Yeah, we can do a few more.
All right. We've got $46 from Nano1667 donating for Yamper, who is basically a corgi and therefore adorable. Pokemon Sword is one of my favorite Switch games, and watching Etchy fly through it is an awesome way to spend a Sunday morning.
Okay, so that actually just gave me Torrent, which is nice. Normally doesn't go for that unless you're like in kill range. Oh, and actually, no, that one's completely random, but still, I usually never get it. It usually just does anything else. Unfortunately, that's the only time where it would matter, because now I'm going to actually heal out of the Torrent, because we don't need it for this next fight. Which is actually a double battle, but this time it's not with Hop, which is amazing. We're actually going to see a lot of double battles pretty soon here, but not until we get to the next gym. And then you'll see Daddy Keys really get into the action.
This right here and then the next gym are the main reason why we have to catch a Pokemon on Route 8. We used to, up until like maybe a month ago, maybe a month and a half, we would actually just withdraw the 2 Litwicks and use the Litwicks as our second Pokemon. This gym and the next gym actually require a second Pokemon to enter them. So you have to withdraw it. And the problem with the Litwicks is even though they're like level 24, 25, I think, they gain a lot of levels because there's, an experience share that's always on. So the amount of levels that they learn, or amount of levels they gain and moves that they try to learn, make it worth it to actually go out of your way to catch another Pokemon, specifically Pawniard or Togedemaru, that don't learn many moves, if any, in the course of while you have them in your party. So it also saves an extra menu where we don't have to withdraw because the Pawniard stayed in our party from before the 6th
And it
gym
actually
until
works out
now.
pretty nicely too, because the odds of you hitting something on Route 8 are very high. So you're probably going to hit something that you can catch anyway. That's cool. And then we have Piers coming up here. This fight usually isn't too bad. The setup's not as straightforward as other fights, where you just set up a bunch on the first turn and then sweep. I'm actually going to be kind of continuously setting up throughout the fight. The reason for that is Scrafty, if we just stick around with Scrafty too long, 1, he does a lot of damage with payback, and then 2, he has Sand Attack, and we don't want to deal with that if we don't have to. I do have X accuracies if that does happen. You also have to X defend as well, just because of how much damage he does if you're going to do all your setup on him. So instead, what I'm going to try to do after this amazing vocalist concert is just beat the Scrafty as fast as possible, continue setting up on the next Pokemon, and then take it out as fast as possible. And then heal if I need to for Skuntank, which is the last Pokemon, which also has Sucker Punch. So I have to be careful of that.
It's my favorite song.
So Piers is the one gym leader that doesn't believe in Dynamaxing or whatever. So there's no Dynamaxing allowed in this battle, and honestly, that's probably why there's no free heal on the way in, is because it's not a real gym. It's sort of like a basketball court. But in order to compensate for that, all of the trainers in the game have fixed stats. So the stats will always be the same from run to run. What IVs they have and what natures they are obviously changes from trainer to trainer, but from run to run, it's always the same. And those Pokemon always have 0 EVs. Piers here, because there's no Dynamaxing, in order to compensate for the fact that he doesn't have a Pokemon with like 1.5 times the bulk that it normally does, they actually give him 252 defense and HP, and a defense boosting nature. I think he's relaxed. So it's actually pretty brutal if you're going into this in a physical fight, but because we're going special, all we have to worry about is the HP bulk. His special defense isn't bulky at all. So
yeah, and I
actually
got
really
the
nice.
optimal turn on a fake out, which does the least amount of damage. This thing can't kill me even with +0 defense. I actually have really high defense too, which is nice, but only kill me with the crit here. I'm gonna finish setting up on it, and then don't crit me. Okay. That did crit me, but it did the weaker move, so it wasn't too scary. I am in Torrent now though, which is cool, but not useful anymore, sadly. I'm gonna still have to heal out of the Skuntank, or heal on the Skuntank, because it can Sucker Punch kill me right now. I'm in range of dying. Have we explained what ranges are too?
And it's kind of.
Okay, just making
I
sure.
think we did, yeah. And it's kind of interesting in this game. There are actually only 14 Pokemon in total on trainers that have EVs in their stats, which is actually a huge break compared to Generation 7, so Sun Moon and Ultra Sun Moon, where almost every fight had at least had 2 stats with 252 EVs in their best stat, and that made the game pretty brutal. And this one, people have noticed it felt easier, and that is probably the reason why trainers don't deal as much damage as they did in Gen 7.
Well, Piers down. That actually went really smoothly. That was basically a normal fight. The only way I could have gone better is if I didn't have to heal on the Skuntank. But I got crit, so there's nothing I can really do about it. But 7 badges.
Yay, 7 badges.
Almost done, right?
Almost done.
There's not an hour and a half of gameplay after that. So yeah, we're gonna go slowly head over now to Hammerlock. I have a few cutscenes and some pretty basic movements, so we can do a lot of donations now.
I got you covered. We've got $5 from MG2367. My favorite Pokemon is number 144, Articuno. I love Super Mario Odyssey. Who else? Judging by the reaction I've been getting, quite a few folks, and I'm loving that. Mario Odyssey moving along, approaching that 21,000 right as we speak. Also got $7.77 from Shildosh. Here's 777 for Pokedex number 777, Togedemaru. It's not my absolute fave, although I do love it, but hopefully Etchy can get one on Route 8 that will give him good luck for the rest of the run.
Sure. Now we need donations for Ponyard's number.
We also
got that
have...
instead.
And what's its number? Just so everyone out there knows. Okay. Dang it!
I'll do it really quick.
69, I think.
624.
Oh my god.
420?
I think it's 50.
Yeah, it's as much money as you have in your bank account right now. I'm also only going to teach Icy Wind here,
And
but
we
then
have-
after that, or that's the only thing I'm doing for the next like 5 minutes, so we can do a bunch more.
Alrighty. We have $359 from my Sunsai. I absolutely hate puns, but I can make an exception for my favorite Pokemon.
Is it pun time?
That's as good a reason as any.
Man,
You know-
that was unexpected.
My tutor. And it's been fun, guys, but I'm out.
The party's just getting started, depending on what side of the puns you fall on.
I mean, we've been having the Pokedex train. Why can't we multi-track drift this into Pokedex
Exactly.
and also puns?
So it's worth noting this game sort of deviates a little bit from the normal Pokemon formula, where, you know, from, I don't know about Gen 7, but from like Gens 3 through 6, pretty much, there's a huge plot dump that happens between the 7th and 8th gym. This game, there's not even like anything happening between the 7th and 8th gym. You go straight from piers. Your next fight is one of the trainers in the gym for gym 8. All of your plot dump is sort of done at a later point, which we'll obviously see, but I don't want to spoil.
Wouldn't want to spoil that for sure.
Yeah, there are no gyms in Gen 7.
We need a few more.
Oh, of course. We have $25 from Orion525, 25 for Pikachu. Thank you to CRDQ for making staying in all weekend fun. Let's get that Odyssey run. And 214 from Useless Turtle, 214 for my favorite Heracross, the original Swole Bug. Huge thank you to Direct Relief and GDQ for working together on this event. $5.13 from Vantagore. Greetings from Scotland. Donating £4.30 for 430. The big boss Pokemon, Honchkrow. Why risk crit luck when the Night Slash plus Super Luck plus Scope Lens Honchkrow combo can guarantee it? Good luck with the run.
That was the longest loading screen in the game as well.
I was going to say, shout out to it's literally 14 seconds of for this one
pretty
small
crazy
room.
This is actually, if you might recognize this, we were here earlier.
I'm curious
for some reason the gym trainer challenge is in a completely different building, but yeah.
I'm curious how much worse it is on a physical copy, since that's
I
actually a little
noticed it.
slower.
So this fight's actually pretty sweet because Pelipper will give us Drizzle, which is rain, and that gives us a nice little damage boost, so we don't have to worry too much about this Sliggoo when we fight it next turn. I'm just gonna go +4. I'm basically gonna be using my doubles partner here. Can use Daddy Keys here to just buff up Bubble 07 as much as possible. That's actually its only purpose for the rest of the run, this entire gym. The only exception is if obviously I get knocked out, then it'll be nice to have it. So it just revive me really quickly. Daddy Keys is looking a little short today too.
This is one of my favorite gyms. Yeah, I was gonna say this is one of my favorite gyms because it's sort of advertised as a dragon gym, and every trainer every trainer you face does have at least one dragon type, but the main focus is actually on both weather and double battles. Each trainer that you fight here has a different weather that gets set up by one of their Pokemon's abilities. You have Drizzle, Drought, which sets up Sun, Snow Warning, which sets up Snow or Hail, and Ryan himself has Sandstream, which sets up the Sandstorm. So it's actually a really nifty sort of deviation from the normal, just like type-based gym leaders. This is more of like a weather gym than anything else.
Yeah, and you're going to be seeing a lot of different weather effects in both Raihan fights that we're going to have in the run. This fight actually gave us Drought, which is weakening us, but again, we're just going to keep buffing up our special attack and we'll be fine to deal with both these Pokemon. And I'm actually going to save before the next fight too. It's usually very rare for that fight to go badly, but marathon luck. And then two, I'm going to be using Icy Wind for this fight, for the next fight, and also some other fights, and missing Icy Wind can be really bad depending on what you miss on. So just having a little safety for myself. We can do probably a donation right now as I set up.
All right, we got $5 from Anonymous donating for the two best moth Pokemon, Volcarona and Frostmoth.
So the shot here, again, I'm just going to Icy Wind and then Water Pledge. The Icy Wind's supposed to take out the Pokemon whose name I can never pronounce correctly. Hakamo? Yeah, exactly.
Hakuna Matata.
So I'm going to be doing that. And then this Abomasnow will one add Hail. But two, if it does Aurora Veil, I'm going to have to buff myself again. If it doesn't, then I can actually take a turn to heal if needed. Which I probably will, just to heal the Poniard if I don't take any damage here. But if it's not going to Aurora Veil, I'm almost certainly taking damage. There's Aurora Veil. So I'm going to heal the Poniard when I save.
Yeah, one thing that's nice about this gym, and it actually comes into play in the shield route, because you're dual maining your Excadrill and Arcanine at this point, is after this fight, you get sucked directly into the main like stadium to go fight the gym leader Ryan. So the game when you're in the gym doesn't let you access your Pokemon boxes. So if I have a Pokemon that's dead and I don't have any revives, I can't go and like withdraw something else. I'm just sort of stuck, and the game would have to force you to leave. So instead of doing that, if you only have one Pokemon still, healthy at the end of that last fight, it gives you a complete party full heal, which heals, all of the fainted Pokemon as well as your main Pokemon. So the shield route abuses that, purposely kills off the Arcanine using Earthquake to get themselves like a complete full heal for this fight.
It's very rare that you can get that full heal in Sword. You either need to be extremely unlucky or mess up to get your second Pokemon to die, especially because it's now that we get the really high level Pokemon. It's harder to kill and it's Steel type. There's not a lot that's going to hurt it.
Yeah, something really weird and dangerous had to happen for that
so this
to
fight,
be the case.
Again, the first double battle with the gym leader, and actually the last one too. The main scary thing we're worried about is Flygon here. If it paralyzes me, we're in big trouble because it can do Thunder Punch, which not this. I need to do this. It can do Thunder Punch, and if that happens, it's going to do a lot of damage and it has a 10% chance to paralyze us. So hopefully that just doesn't happen, and then we have to hit our Icy Wind. But if we don't hit the Icy Wind completely, it's actually not too bad. We can still recover. But paralysis is very difficult to recover from. But we didn't get it, so we're in a good spot right now. And then, because we caught the Steel type, we're not taking any Sandstorm damage here, which is another nice little benefit. But I'm going to keep buffing my special attack here with Daddy Keys.
On paper, this fight is really easy.
He's going to easily swing in such a different direction though if he misses.
It used to be much worse, but now even if you ISO and miss, it's usually fine. You just lose an extra turn. But the problem is Flygon, for sure. And that's why I Togedemaru with Lightning Rod is really, really nice and safe for this fight. Can bail you out pretty hard if you get unlucky. And then I'm just going to pledge this guy, even though he's going to be Gigantamax. I'm +6 right now, and I can do enough damage to knock him out. And then that'll be Rylon. And then probably see the sick Dynamax or Gigantamaxing animation when you do a few donations.
But of course, we've got $64 from Jim147, donating $64 in honor of my favorite Pokemon, Mario. Loving this sword run so far, but let's get that Odyssey run unlocked. And friends, I've got two big bits of news. Not only has Mario Odyssey passed $21,000, but this event has officially surpassed the donation total of Harvey Relief Done Quick. So we are really doing great work here for Direct Relief today. Thank you so much for your generosity, everybody. We can't state that enough.
Go.
Can still do a few more.
Oh, certainly. We have $30.30 from There's No Fork saying mile all the way. And $8.70 from Human. Here's $5 for the encounter and an extra $3.76 from my boy Metagross. After party in Etchy's Discord. $58 from Roymond, $58 for my first shiny and best pupper, Growlithe. And then $6.10 from Otaku Tom. I can't give much, but I can at least give for my favorite Pokemon, number 610, Axew. Donation goes to Super Mario Odyssey.
You can come in for a little... Oh, no, go ahead.
So I was just going to say one thing real quick. So starting in, I think it was Generation 4? Could be wrong, though. Pokemarts have their stock based on your progress throughout the game rather than what city you're in. So each time you get a new badge, you unlock new items in the shop. We haven't actually gone to a shop to buy normal items. All we've done for buying is X items. And now that we've beaten the 8th gym, we finally have access to full restores. So one thing Etchy's going to do here is he's going to buy some full restores. Basically with the rest of your money. I don't know if
I'm
you're
going to be buying all the calciums.
Okay, calciums. Yeah,
Just for
so
safety.
with almost the rest of his money, he's going to buy full restores. At this point in the run, you have all the X items you need, so there are some advanced strats that involve getting vitamins later on, which costs an obscene amount of money. So you might have to buy less full restores, but typically at this point, you can just buy full restores. Good.
But we also do have an obscene amount of money.
So I'm going to specifically be trying to... my money route is pretty tight. I should be good to get 10 calciums. I'm going to do one extra fight just in case before I do the shop to buy those calciums, just in case I miss something. But those calciums will let me go for some extra safety strats that I'm doing for marathon safety, and then it'll also eliminate most ranges that I might have at this special attack. If I had like max special attack IV and plus special attack, I wouldn't even need them. And I'd be able to have a similar effect. I'm going to try to get a crit here. No, bad. So yeah, this is basically, a lot of people call it Victory Road. Even though it's just a couple of trainers and then we're out of here. But it's the last route before what's supposed to be like the Elite Four of the tournament. We're getting pretty close to that. The next fight that we're going to go to is pretty nice because we get Drizzle from another Pelipper. And we're actually going to do a quick spinner cycle passing here. As long as I boost at the right time, I'll be able to just go right past this guy. That guy on the right there, he is the one that looks at his phone at times. But we actually passed him before you can even see that, so I couldn't show it on stream, sorry. But this fight and the next couple are pretty straightforward, so we can do a few more donations.
Sounds good. Speaking of things that sound good, it looks like everyone out there has caught on to what we said earlier, because we've got $7.60 from Venya Christine. We're doing Pokepuns now. You might want to beware. And we have $8.70 from La Diable. 870 is for Phalanx, because I can't wait to watch Phalanx to the Past.
And I hit a Phalanx. It's great.
Oh, God.
That one made me chuckle.
No.
That's actually pretty good, yeah. Oh, God. We have $20 from Mama Rex. Donated $20 because my favorite Pokemon is 20 Bulbasaurs. We have $38 from Vitani57. Here's $38 for my favorite Firefox and Ice Fox, Ninetales.
One quick thing to note here that I actually didn't know about until yesterday when wartab told me. But this Giggle is going to summon Sandstream, right? And one hidden ability of Sandstorm is that it actually boosts the special defense of all rock-type Pokemon by 50%. So it's similar to like a +2. Which means we have to use Water Pledge here very specifically, and it's actually a range at really bad special attacks. Unfortunately, don't have to worry about it, so that's nice. And then we can get more donations now. And we're going to see a Phalanx too, by the way.
All right. Got $19 from Anonymous. Number 19, Rattata is best Pokemon. That's a
really
spicy
is.
choice right there. All right. $5.59 from Greta, donating 59 cents plus $5 for Etchy's fave, Arcanine. Love you, my guy. Best of luck. Cheering you on as always.
Thank you, Greta.
Heart. All right, we got $7.25 from Dylan J. Hamilton, donating the Pokedex number of my favorite Pokemon, the absolutely adorable Litten. All of this donation goes directly to the Odyssey World Peace Incentive. Meow. Have $10 from Camerupts. Always excited to see runs of the newest Pokemon installments at GDQ. Good luck guessing my fave Pokemon. Smirking face. I mean, I don't know. It could be Pokedex 10 or it could be Camerupt. I'm getting mixed signals here, to be perfectly honest.
Okay, so now that we're done with this fight, we're done with quote-unquote Victory Road. And now we're just going to go, we can skip this level battle because we deposited Daddy Keys. Unfortunately, Daddy Keys is going to be gone for a while, but we'll bring him back later, don't worry. And now we're going to head into Linden, which is kind of like the last town of the game. Going to be some fun stuff here. This is where we can buy all our vitamins, like was mentioned earlier. We're going to do the Pokemon tournament. And there's a lot of plot that happens here as well. So we're going to be here actually for a pretty long time. We're going to meet at the top first, and then we're going to meet him over at the Pokemon League, which we're also, you can see it actually on the right there, that red building. It's still faster to fly, even though it's within sight here. I'm going to do just that after I heal up Inteleon. Because for some reason, this is another one of those spots where you just don't get a free heal going into the fight. Every other tournament fight, you get a free heal going into it. And also, you're going to notice me not safety saving as much for the rest of the run. The reason for that is if you die to any of these tournament fights, you actually just wind up right back at the counter and you can just run back down and challenge again like nothing's happened. You actually have to watch through the entire cutscene as well over again. Which normally sounds bad because we're losing supplies, but we actually have tons of special attacks at this point. We actually have a lot extra, so it's not too scary. And if we always need more, we can always buy more. So there's not much point in saving. And then we're going to fight Marnie for the last time. And same gimmick as basically all the other fights. She's going to torment me most likely. I'm going to try to get up to +4 will be sufficient. Oh no, +6. I need to be to +6. I was thinking I got the calciums already. I don't get the calciums until after these first 2 tournament fights. But similar setup. I'm going to hope that everything cooperates. I hope I don't miss the Icy one on Toxicroak, but I'll make sure my health is decent enough so even if it does happen, I will not die. The Toxicroak also has Sucker Punch, which is a little scary, but it doesn't do that much damage. And again, we're pretty beefy.
One thing I love about these fights in particular, though, is just like they pump up both the Marnie and Hop coming up. It's so...
Yeah, and later on when you do the gym leader rematches, it's like a revamped version of the gym leader theme too. It's like the little attention to detail there is super cool.
Okay, so it did do a snarl on me. I'm going to do an extra setup right now. Normally you finish setup on the Toxicroak. There's that. Let's see if it's going to snarl again. No, okay, good. So I'm at +5 right now, which is all I need to deal with the final Pokemon, which is a Grim Snarl, and it's quite large. And it's actually pretty tanky too. That's why we have to go up to at least this high of plus special attack. But yeah, I'm going to keep alternating because we got Torment towards the end of Viper. And then we're just going to knock out Toxicroak as fast as possible. But yeah, the song is great, and all the tournament songs are actually really, really good. I'm a big fan of it. And then as I finish off this fight, we can do a few more donations.
Sounds good. We have $250 from Anonymous. Doesn't have a comment, but thank you for generosity, Anonymous. We appreciate that. We have $30.93 from Kalina H. $30.93 for my favorite Pokemon, Piplup. I really would love to see Super Mario Odyssey, so let's make it happen.
A nice Marnie crit thing. Pretty good.
Mario Odyssey rep.
Oops, sorry.
I'll take the crit if it means not missing Icy one, so it's fine. Now we're going to take this guy out so we can do a few more donations.
All right, sounds good. Have another $100 from Anonymous. Once again, no comment, but thank you so much. And we also have $20 from Habit. It's too hard to pick a favorite Pokemon, but I do know that I want to see the Odyssey run. Here's a donation to help make that happen. Odyssey is almost at 22,000. It has not stopped moving since this run has begun, and I am loving it. I'd love to see some Odyssey. I don't know about you all.
Yeah. World Peace is actually really cool, so be sick to see it. And that's Marnie. So not too bad. We have one more tournament fight. This is like a pre-tournament to the tournament. I don't know exactly how it works. But this is like the first phase basically, and then we're gonna come back here later to do the second phase of the tournament. But you have to do Hot Fight, and this is actually the last Hot Fight, which is Crazy, right? There's actually more hot fights in post game, but we're not doing post game today. So this is the last chance to get those $10 crits, and we'll see what happens here. I'll actually snipe shot every single attack here when I don't need to. I can actually just pledge everything. This fight's a little bit... Go ahead.
Isn't this... I was gonna ask, isn't this one of the fights where if he crits you, doesn't he also mention something? I could have sworn that I've gotten crit here, and then I had to yell at him for
each
doing
hop fight has like different rules for how much of a jerk he wants to be. I think the 6th and 7th hop fight, if you crit him, he doesn't actually respond to it for some reason. And then he does it again on this fight if you do. So I'm gonna specifically not finish setting up on double here. I need to be at +4 to deal with the Snorlax later, which is a common theme with a lot of the hop fights. But the important thing is that he can body slam you, and you don't want to get into like a paralysis loop, so it's safest just to knock him out as fast as possible. And you only need to be at +2 to do that. We're just gonna do that. If we want to see the cotton guard here, there's body slam. Don't paralyze. There, it is. There's a chance I might need to even buy more 4 stars if we get trolled here. 2 for 2? Okay, good. Oh, I said I'm gonna snipe shot the rest of them. Sorry, I forgot. So I'm gonna finish setting up with Snorlax. I can't do that much damage, but
crit water pledge.
oh, dang. My muscle memory is too strong. I can't snipe shot. I physically cannot snipe shot. Actually, we're even, I think, water pulse. No, we played all these in the new route. I forgot. So let's do that extra split up right now. With double inputs. Hammer on doesn't do that much damage. And then snipe shot. There you go. Okay, I'm going to spam snipe shot the rest of the way. 007 in action. And then the last thing he's going to send out is the Cinderace. That one can also outspeed you if you have really bad speed, but again, our speed's pretty solid, so nothing to worry about. And it's going to die pretty fast, but it has a great, very loud call when it does its Gigantamax, or Dynamax animation. Okay, no crit still. Let's see if we can get a crit on Cinderace, because that Cinderace is also going to trigger super effective text. So if we can get the double, that'd be pretty sick. And then,
so make sure you watch Hop when he throws his ball for the Dynamax.
Oh yeah, it's great.
I love this part.
He spends part of the early game actually practicing his throw, and then he's in front of all these people.
Yeah, there's a lot of little details like that throughout the run that are really nice. Leon is Hop's brother, and you're actually going to see Leon react and act the same way that Hop does in all his fights. It's because Hop's trying to copy his big brother. Pretty nice. Okay, that's super effective. Do we get the crit? No, dang. That's my bad. I should have done snipe shot the first 2 turns.
Aww.
I'm actually surprised we only got, what, 2 Hop crits? Maybe 3? Wow.
2 Hop crits, yep. 2 Hop crits, and
they're
on
back
the same
to back,
fight.
too. Crazy. But that's Hop, and that's the tournament, so we're getting close to buying calciums now, and we actually have a segment here where the game is like, oh, we have plot. And there's something we have to do. We can't just have you finish the game right now. So, yeah.
So, hold on real quick though. Since there were no crits happening, I'll lower my price for the Aromatisse Cry to $50.
Oh boy.
So we can go with that.
So yeah, we're gonna go through a lot of little battles here. Most of them are pretty easy. They're almost all gonna be steel type Pokemon, maybe some dual types that are a little bit more annoying. And after a couple, we're gonna teach a move, but we'll talk about that when we get there. And that move is a good time. It's a very fun time. And I'm gonna go for that move and using it in battles because I'm actually on pretty good pace. So it's gonna be great. But until then, we got a bunch of time for donations.
And I've got plenty of donations to fill it. We've got $8.72 from Snom, who says, Snom, We have $25 from Witchcat Affy donating toward the Super Mario Odyssey run. Gotta see it. My favorite Pokemon is Lycanroc Midnight. Ooh.
This is good.
$5 from Glint28. Hey, Etchy, glad I could catch your run. Shuckle, best Pokemon, by the way. $5.63 from Charlotte's dad. $5.63 for the most unique Pokemon. Oh, Lord. Confragragus? I don't...
How do you say it?
Okay, yes, thank you.
It's like Cofagrigus.
Oh, there's no N there. Where'd that come? Yeah, Cofragrigus.
It's like coffin and
gosh.
What?
It's consonant soup is
They
what
say
it
that as
is.
if you were jinxed.
no.
I tried to think about what that would sound like, and my brain just blue screened.
Same.
Like Cofagrigus.
I appreciate Eddaket saying he won't do things and then doing it 5 seconds later anyway unprompted. It's great.
Right.
You gotta lower expectations.
I think Etchy's just baiting. This
I would
point.
never do that. It's like lying and deceiving the audience about
No.
Death Orbs. Who would do that? This section we're literally just finding trainers to fight, but after we beat this guy, we can teach the move, but we can do 1 donation until, or actually 2 donations really quick.
All right, cool. $25 from Anonymous. Props to Snorlax. It took 8 generations, but he's finally up and moving around. And $25 from J Collins 205. $7.75 of this donation is for my kid's favorite Pokemon, the Kamala.
Probably 2 more. Yeah.
2 more? Oh, okay. We have $65 from Mittens68. $65 for the undisputed best IG Pokemon, Alakazam. And we have $8.16 from G-0. Etchy, very proud of you for participating in such an amazing cause. Thank you, GDQ, for all your hard work. Here's $8.16, the dex number for my favorite Pokemon starter,
Thank you, G.
Sobble.
We're gonna go teach Hydro Cannon now. It's a move that's as powerful as it sounds. It's also terrifying for the speedrun. Who wants to explain Hydro Cannon?
Just don't miss.
Yeah, it's basically the same accuracy as high jump kick, and if you miss it, it's kind of like missing a high jump kick, because we basically use it to hit these crazy ranges that we wouldn't be able to hit with like Water Pledge or Snipe Shot in particular. So it helps out in just certain
We're going to
situations.
particularly be using it agast Dynamax or Gigantamax
Yeah, it's-
Pokemon to knock them out and do minimal setup. Because a lot of times we're setting up on these fights just to knock out the Gigantamax Pokemon in one shot. But with Hydro Cannon, we can minimize the amount of setup we do. However, if you miss the Hydro Cannon, you're almost always dead. Because the Gigantamax Pokemon hurt kind of a lot. And we don't do anything to pump up our defenses before that.
Yeah, and even if it was 100% accurate, we wouldn't want to use it all the time because Hydro Cannon is basically all the starters have like their type version of Hyper Beam. So Hydro Cannon is the water type Hyper Beam. So once you successfully hit, you have to spend a turn recharging. So instead, what we do is we will use it on the final Pokemon of the battles, which happen to be the Dynamax Pokemon, ones that we need to use it on. So we don't have to worry about that recharge turn.
Gonna go buy the calciums now. I should be able to afford 10 here. Yes. There's no particular menu, but
So these
I'm just gonna do
calciums
it now. These vitamins work a little bit differently in this game compared to other games. I don't get the effect on level up. I get it right now, so I immediately have a huge boost to my special attack.
Yeah, calciums and the other vitamins there boost the EVs of a Pokemon by 10 for each one. And one thing that other or previous games did is they capped out the amount of EVs you can gain from vitamins at like 100. Normally you can go up to 252, but you'd have to battle in order to get that high. You wouldn't be able to use vitamins. This game removed that cap, so you can actually take a Pokemon from 0 to 252 EV just by using 26 vitamins. We only bought 10, but that's still 100 EVs, which is going to equate to quite a few natural stat points in special attack.
There was one crit there. I'm counting opponent crits, by the way. I don't know if I said that before. Hopefully those are counted. I can count them later though if I need to. And then I'm specifically... Oh, one thing to note too. Oh, there's my crit. Okay. I can't even talk about it. It keeps critting me. The candy floss route that we talked about earlier actually started doing a new thing where you pick up amulet coin and equip it for most of the run. We can't do that because we actually really need Mystic Water just to get through a lot of fights. But that allows them to buy like 23 calciums by the time they get here. So they can basically max out their EVs immediately for their Whimsicott. It's pretty sick.
Wow.
I was routing, I forget which, it might have been my oyster route that I was coming up with, because you basically don't need X items because you can use Shell Smash, so you save a lot of money. I was basically going to max out my speed and attack.
Yeah.
Heard.
Don't ask me what goes on during this cutscene. I have no idea. It's there. I don't know. I can't even try.
He found some friends.
They're making a distraction to walk.
They're gonna go to a
past four
concert.
people. Another silent concert by our boy Pierce. And then while this amazing cutscene goes on, we can do a few donations.
All right, I can do that. We have $143 from Snorlax. What a nice Sunday to just Snorlax and watch Pokemon. Good luck to the runners. And we have $100 from Anonymous with no comment, but thank you so much, Anonymous. We appreciate your generosity. And we have $80 from GG Jino. My favorite Pokemon is Bulbasaur, but I can definitely help more than $1. So here's his central dex number. Let's make world peace happen. For an update on that, world peace has passed 22,000 and is on its way to 23 as we speak. Have $15.50 from Anonymous, donating in honor of my favorite Pokemon at number 155, Cyndaquil.
Good taste, good taste.
And we have $25 from SC2 Felix. I was going to donate for my favorite Pokemon Mewtwo, but I can't donate that much. Instead, I'm tossing $25 at that Mario Odyssey run. And $7.04 for Dr. Abyss from Dr. Abyss 9, donating $7.04 for the best pseudo-legendary Goomy. My roommate disagrees with me, but he is wrong.
No,
I think you are wrong.
So this next section is amazing. Fantastic, fun, challenging section of the run. We're actually going
Elevator.
through a bunch of elevator double battles after this fight. All of them are very easy. The only one that's a little bit less fun is this first fight that we're going to hit. We actually have to hit a Hydro Cannon for it to go optimally. So that'll be the first Hydro Cannon of the run. And because I'm going to try to hit some other Hydro Cannons later, what we're going to do is we're going to warm up the Hydro Cannon as J Ash would do, another Pokemon trainer. So we're just going to hit Hydro Cannon on random Pokemon, and if we hit them all, then that means we're ready to hit Hydro Cannons later in the run. And that's what matters. But we can only do it on the last Pokemon in the fight, otherwise we waste a turn recharging.
Do we want to do
For
donations
reference.
for
what
Hydro
card do you have in
Cannon?
mind? Like per hit?
Like maybe like 5 per miss.
I'm down to
10
do,
per
like,
hit.
We just do misses? No, yeah, I'm down for throwing an extra 2 for that kind of stuff. But misses, yeah, I'll throw in 10 for a miss because I didn't get a lot of crit damage. But I will Hydro Cannon every single one of these fights. So this
Here
one,
we go.
Just for reference, J-Ash is the player that also goes for useless Hydro Pumps on Agatha and Let's Go. So it's not the best reference for sanity.
Okay, here's Hydro Cannon number 1. Can we do it? right, there you go. Easy. There's $2.
Hey.
Okay, and then during all these fights, we do a bunch of donations, and we'll shout if we get a Hydro Cannon miss.
That sounds good to me. So here's $50 from Shotgun Ninja 152. Here's $50. Let's hear that aromatisse cry.
Oh, here we go. All right. Moo.
It's just a cow? That's what it is?
Yeah, basically.
I feel like I've learned
That's like the
forbidden
lowest
knowledge.
pitch aromatisse I've ever heard.
That's amazing. Oh my gosh. Why does it sound like that?
I have no idea.
Nah, I have a complaint. It's
high
high
pitch?
pitch normally.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you. And once again, just
yeah, that-
unprompted helping
Okay,
out.
I'll do it again.
All right, here's Hydro Cannon again. Can we do it? Paralysis. A lot of text. Nice. All right. This is a good sign. That was a crit actually too, so I still am losing money on that. It's fun.
Oh man.
Hey,
More donations.
for $4.
Alrighty. We have $5.21 from Jordan97. Hey, Etchy. Hopefully there isn't anything unpheasant that will happen for the rest of the run.
Thank you, Jordan. But also unthank you for the pun, but it's okay.
And oh yeah, all puns are welcome.
Jordan 97.
We have $23.10 from Materia17. Here's $23.10 for my favorite Pokemon, number 231, Fanpy. Stay home and stay safe, everyone. And $19 from Matty Ratty for my favorite Pokemon, Rattata. And $64 from Semper Fidelis. I'm donating for the criminally underappreciated Pokemon, Yoshi! Or am I just getting too hyped for a possible Mario Odyssey run? It's hard to say sometimes, but Mario Odyssey has in fact passed 23,000 since the last time I checked, so it's still moving along. Let's keep that train going,
We've hit
folks.
every Hydro Cannon so far, but this is the last elevator fight.
That's
It's
insane.
90% for those who don't know, but still,
I'm low.
it should happen more likely than not. But I mean, I'm sure I'm going to miss the important ones now, so that's fun. But now,
So
I'm low-key disappointed
I know, it's
by
crazy.
how well this run is going
I've
right
done a
now.
lot of slow strats.
this
but,
is insane, honestly.
But Oleana can be a game changer here. I can actually go for a nicer strat just because I did those calciums. I am going to save here though, because otherwise you have to come all the way back here. The elevator section's like instant, but it's still slow. So the strat here is I'm going to try to knock out Frostless as fast as possible. If I had really high special attack, I could actually go for just +0 kill on it. And then I could set up Torrent on Serena and +2 at the same time. But my special attack's slightly not high enough for it. I'm not going to risk the range. So instead I'm going to special attack. The reason why I want to knock out this Frostless fast is because it can speed drop you, it can burn you, and Hex actually does a lot of damage once it burns you because that's its effect. His status condition means like double damage. Icy Wind is not great. I'm actually going to X speed here just for complete safety. Just to counteract that drop. Only one thing will outspeed me, but... Oh, we missed... Oh, I was completely thrown off because we missed the Will-O-Wisp. Okay.
Hey,
That's a nice little time save. Burn, I'm not worried about the burn damage, but it is a slow status effect. And also in this game, and I think since Gen 7, maybe in Gen 6, if I remember correctly, if you have a status effect, there's a chance the turn, or the fight just, or the turn rate just randomly goes an extra few seconds. This game just freaks out for some reason. But we hit the Icy one, so this is going well. I'm going to finish setting up on the Milotic. That's the only thing I need to finish setting up on. The Milotic's super tanky, obviously, and it's water type. So I actually need to be at +4 to two-shot it to guarantee the two-shot. If I'm just at +2, it's pretty unlikely for me. It actually might be a reasonable range because I did all those calciums, but I don't know for sure my special attack right now, so I'm not going to risk it. And also, if I do +2, that means... Oh, I X-speeded. I have to pick up an extra X-speed later, but it's not a big deal. If I go for +2, that means I have the Hydro Cannon and the Garbodor, which I do not want to do, but I don't have to.
But your Hydro Cannon's all warmed up.
I would like it to stay warmed up until I really need it. It's okay. I think this is fine. And now I can just pledge the Garbodor and it's going to die, even with the Gigantamax.
Yeah, missing that would be pretty trash.
I don't like you.
If you didn't get the jug, now you do by looking at the Pokemon. Trash Pokemon. It's actually supposed to be trash. And the fun fact, when it Gigantamaxes, it like has like children's toys inside of it, so it's like advanced trash. It's like a landfill type trash. There's a boat and a plane and a Lego brick building thing. It's very bizarre.
There's actually a dead Duraludon inside of it.
Is that
what?
Oh, it's like a Clefairy. I thought it was a Kirby.
They have a substitute doll too there. You saw it in front of the building.
Yeah.
You could have got it dumpstered on.
Oh,
That would have been down
just
in the
got that
dumps if that happened. But the good news is now the boring part is over. Quote unquote boring. Hopefully the Hydro Cannon's made it more exciting. Because now we're going to actually try to hit a Hydro Cannon in a meaningful way for this bead. We'll see how it goes. I can afford one Hydro Cannon miss. If I miss this, then I'm going to have to Dynamax the only 2 Hydro Cannons I'm supposed to hit in the run. If I miss it, I'm dead, pretty much. But I can take the time loss right now. I'm on a good pace. I actually have a really fast safety strat for the speed fight, so if we miss the Hydro Cannon, then we can actually do that, and it's actually pretty cool.
But yeah, one interesting part here on the tower is that you get this whole giant like tapestry cutscene if you have the cutscene on. It's weird. It's really weird, but kind of cool.
If you're wondering why there's like huge gaps in content, it's because I have the skip movies thing on. And it's not, there's not a lot of them, but anytime things kind of jump around or don't make sense, that's usually why. But things also just don't make sense in this game normally, so it wouldn't help either way.
This whole segue doesn't make sense.
Like a huge detour, but now we can get back to the tournament, have a fun time. I'm gonna pick up the X speed now before I forget. So I will need this for, where are you? For.
You don't technically need it.
I'm not taking a risk on the champion fight on a marathon.
Why not?
If you just have a good
For
enough
the
turn this,
fans.
no spoilers. You don't need to X speed.
Did you know that Eternatus is a fish?
No.
No.
Tell me more.
I don't want to hear more about that.
It kind of looks like a Stunfisk at the right angle.
What's wrong with the Eternafish? Eternafish, man.
And I am actually going to save here just because the risk of dying is so high. Actually, no, it's still going to be faster, just as fast to hop back in. I only use one next special attack anyway. So yeah, this is the normal fast strat. If I miss Hydro Cannon, yikes. It happens. Just don't let that happen. $10.
yeah. So earlier when we fought Marnie and Hop, we were doing like this pre-tournament to decide who like enters the actual tournament, and then here we get ambushed by Bede, who wants to be in the tournament because he's the new Fairy type gym leader. So he took over for Opal. So it's another pre-tournament fight outside of, it's like the post pre-tournament.
The real tournament starts after. It is okay. And Beetle actually only has 4 Pokemon here. He's now a Fairy type gym leader. Before he was Psychic and had some Fairy Pokemon as well. Or dual types. But now he's a full-fledged Fairy type gym leader. That's the whole storyline with him. So he's taking over for Opal.
He has one of my favorite Gen 8 Pokemon.
Hatterene? Nice. Hatterene's really dope.
G-Max move is complete garbage, but I mean, like it's garbage to get hit by.
Okay.
It, is what I mean.
What does it do?
It has
I
like
thought that was the
a
last fight.
yeah. GMAX Smite has a 50% chance to
Ooh.
confuse all opponents on the field.
Yikes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Valerian Rapidash. And knock that out really quick, and then it's Hydro Cannon time. Let's see if 007 can get the job done. So good. I'm sad we have to get rid of Snipe Shot for
So good.
Hydro Cannon. I guess I could have actually kept it and removed Pledge, but I would have had to rearrange the moves and stuff.
But yeah, Hydro Cannon slot 1 is not scary at all.
All right, 90%. And the reason why this is so bad too, if I miss this, is because you have to sit through this entire Dynamax animation, and I'm going to have to redo the entire fight if I die here, and the entire intro cutscene as well. But I'm pretty much dead. Especially with this special defense, there's no way I would even survive this if I miss. But we're warmed up, we're going to hit it, and everything's going to be fine.
It can even be worse because sometimes he also goes for the fire move. And then you get
then
the
you're
route
screwed.
set up.
But we got it.
And then that's, you don't die.
One Hydro
and
Cannon
it's
down.
so
We only have
slow.
one more meaningful Hydro Cannon to hit. And then we can warm up some more maybe later.
what do we have for total? Have you been keeping count?
You've hit
Eddaket?
4.
Yeah, because it's just
Hit 4.
He's hit
So
4
we're at
and
like
missed
There's just an
0.
elevator in this one.
40, 46?
Probably.
I think we need to recount the
Yeah.
crits against
There was a
you.
couple of those,
I have-
not a lot.
Yeah,
but
I
there was a
didn't
couple.
keep track of those.
I specifically remember a couple that I didn't count because I thought we were only doing crits for us, so I added those in. I'm at 2 hop crits, 10 normal crits, and then 4 hit Hydro Cannons. But I think it needs to get
So
recounted.
this fight, yeah, no Hydro Cannon we have to hit here because again, Nessa has Dreadnought. It's actually gonna be a Gigantamax, so it's gonna have a nice little turtleneck because it's a turtle. And the rock type means we can just do a normal effective hit, and it's actually pretty good. And it's not too tanky either, even though it's a super large turtle. I'm gonna be trying to set up to +4 here. I don't need Torrent because I did all the calciums, so it's pretty straightforward. This Golispa control pretty hard though. It might attack first turn, it might not. If it doesn't attack turn 1, it's almost guaranteed to do Swords Dance 2 turns in a row. And even if it does attack, as long as it's not in kill range, it will Swords Dance. Almost guaranteed. Unless it rolls like a crit in its damage calculation. So there's Swords Dance. Gonna special attack again, and then I'm good to sweep. Double Swords Dance, cool. Very simple, clean fight. That went way easier than it should have, and way easier than it's gone in practice the last 2 weeks. As is tradition.
This fight is the worst fight in the
Yeah,
Shield
this one's
route.
bad. It's just both Nessa fights, yeah.
Golisopod, yeah, both Nessa fights, but this one in particular, because Golisopod really hurts, and your best move to take it out is Rock Slide, which is 90% accurate. The Barraskewda is faster than you and also hurts. And to throw even more things into the mix, because you're catching the Drillbur rather than like having it as a starter, your ability can be different. So you can either have Sand Rush, which gives you double speed in Sandstorm, or you can have Sand
I just
Force.
backed that crit.
I saw that crit. Or Sand Force, which boosts your attack in Sandstorm. Sand Force isn't as useful as Sand Rush, and this fight with Sand Force is just awful. So,
Also, this is why we can get away with only +4 here. We get Rain for free right before we get to Dreadnought. It's really nice.
Also, I wanted to mention, I can't even express how angry I am that I didn't connect the turtleneck with the fact that
I actually
Dreadnought's a
only
turtle.
noticed it a few days ago.
You saying that blew my mind. And I am so upset.
There's a
that I
lot of
didn't
little
notice
things
that
in
before.
early game that are just weird, and I totally forgot to point them out. But there's like, in the first time you meet Sonia, you can actually see her. Like, the game developers just like hid her behind a plant and hope you wouldn't see her, because she was already spawned into the cutscene before you like enter. Because if you enter that building normally and she's there, you would see her 100%, but they tried to act like she wasn't there, even though she's definitely visible. And there's a lot of weird little things like that. There's the turtleneck. It's pretty nice.
That's funny.
I really like Dreadnought, especially Gigantic. Big turtle lover. But we can do 2 donations before I get into the next fight.
All right.
We have $110.30. Here's $77 and an extra $33.30 for Ponyta in its Galarian form, our daughter's favorite Pokemon. Let's go, Odyssey. We also have $2.58 from Captain Stitches, donating for my favorite Pokemon, Torchic, and my husband's favorite Pokemon, Venusaur.
We were super effective against your husband. Crazy. So this fight is the last Hydro Cannon we have to hit. Pretty scared. This one's actually much worse to miss than the bead one because he has an extra Pokemon. There is a chance we don't have the Hydro Cannon though. If I had lower defense, it'd be more likely, but if Hawlucha knocks me into Torrent, I can just pledge and it'll actually be guaranteed to kill with as many calciums as I took. Right now, I think I would need a crit from it in order to get to Torrent. Not super likely, so we're probably hitting the Hydro Cannon, but we can hope. We can dream. Hawlucha Cry. Insert here. I can try it.
Yeah,
It's
so
time.
It's like a dog. It's like a pony.
Is that a Ponyta?
Can we get the crit? Oh, we got the dodge instead. So that's what high jump kick does for those who don't know.
The miss.
just set up a second
Oh yeah,
one.
I could have. Oh well. Going fast. Oh yeah, so
Against
do I just need +4 to one shot it? Oh yeah, you're right.
And it's
That's
same as
good.
Torrent. You
Sure.
said
Take out all the fun, I guess. And there's Torrent too, so now we're definitely good.
oh, it
I
gives
didn't know
me-
he had
I knew he had
Leap
that, but I
Blade.
wasn't-
Jesus.
I was-
Well,
I
today
wouldn't
I
tell me this is my
learned.
defense here. Yeah, that's
High
scary.
crit ratio though.
But yeah, now we don't have to worry about Hydro Cannon, so we're done with Hydro Cannons. And I'm not going to Hydro Cannon this for fun. I'm sorry, I don't want to lose all my time. I can Hydro Cannon for fun maybe on small alternatives. There might be one Hydro Cannon we hit actually. It's not super likely, but for the next fight, it could happen. I need to actually check how much damage Round's going to do to me here.
Didn't you have like the most
Yeah.
trash
So I just want to make sure it won't kill me, but it won't kill me. So it'll be perfect actually. So I most likely will not have to Hydro Cannon. I can't believe I've hit all my Hydro Cannons, even the meme ones. That's insane.
Yeah, that's kind of lame.
I can't help that the game's going to be nice to me on a marathon run, which never happens for Pokemon speedruns.
You might be the first person ever to go underestimate as a
course I
Pokemon
did.
speedrunner.
So did I.
Who? I don't remember that.
So there's actually two strats for this Raihan fight. As long as you're not afraid of hitting a Hydro Cannon, you should always go for the second one, which involves Dynamaxing, which will also be the last time we Dynamax. Oh no, second to last time we Dynamax. I shouldn't have to Hydro Cannon here though, because what's going to happen is the Torkoal is going to knock me into Torrent. It could Yawn instead, but I can just do extra setup and then I should be fine. So we can do 2 donations right now.
All right, sounds good. We have $169 from Nat87 donating for my favorite Pokemon, Crobat. And $22.90 from Wind Rider Shiva. Houndoom donated 229 dimes. It's super effective.
We can do 2 more.
All right, sounds good. We've got $3.59 from Snacks McGee, $3.59 for my favorite weird, beautiful dog panther, Absol. Wishing everyone super luck and lots of crits in the fight against COVID. And then $131 from Lapras Soul, donating $131 for my favorite Pokemon, Lapras. And I think Lapras would appreciate working toward world peace, so I'm going to help Dangers get there.
So now we have Drought from the Torkoal. And it's actually why Dynamaxing is a pretty good strat here. We'll get Rain for free without even wasting a turn to summon it.
It's also pretty interesting because Raihan will have text if you change weather, the active weather, and conveniently the only weather that will not have the same text is rain. So we don't waste time. If you set hail or sandstorm, he will actually make a comment about it.
And I don't need to. I'm Dynamaxing now. I don't need to be Dynamax to kill Duraludon or even the Turninator right before it. I have enough damage right now to deal with them. We're going to summon some Sweet Rain when we beat this. And we are very large compared to the other Pokemon. But yeah, this is basically the strat for it. You might think, the other strat doesn't involve Dynamaxing, but because of how much less setup we have to do for this, it just makes it a lot faster.
Yeah, and one of the nice things about Dynamaxing here is you can actually use the Hydro Cannon move slot and not have to worry about that recharge
or
turn.
Missing.
And it actually has, or missing. All max moves are, they bypass the accuracy check. They're not 100% accurate. They actually bypass it. So you cannot miss unless it's like a fly or dig turn.
Yeah, it's not like in this case it wouldn't even be a problem because he's in Torrent, so he wouldn't even need to go for the Dynamax Hydro Cannon. He could just stay on Water Pledge. Yeah. Since he's in Torrent. With the Rain, Torrent is just insanely strong.
Dynamax is a really nice mechanic when we take advantage of it to get free rain and extra damage.
Because in reality, Hydro Cannon in Dynamax form is not more powerful because Dynamax moves are capped at 150 power and Hydro Cannon is already 150 power, so it only adds the accuracy.
There are some strats in some of the later fights, particularly one of the big bag boss fights later where you can actually do Dynamax Hydro Cannon, but we won't need it for what we're doing. It's actually the next fight, I totally forgot. But we have a while until we get there. And while I knock out this big building real quick, we can get a few donations.
All right, sounds good. We have $54.70 from Whimsy. I was going to wait to donate later, but I couldn't resist the urge to chime in with my favorite Pokemon, number 547, Whimsicott. I love that little fluff ball. I was so happy to see games done quick holding a marathon to help with corona relief, and starting on my birthday too. Things are very bleak and scary right now, and it's super cool to see GDQ shining a light during these dark times. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy, and keep on keeping on, my gamer friends.
And I'm disappointed that you used the word Chime and didn't pick Chimecho as your favorite Pokemon, but it's okay.
We have $872 from Schultzor. $872 for my favorite Pokemon, number 872. Can I get a cute chat? Ah. P.S. Snom.
Thank you, Schultz. Oh, really quickly, by the way, this one's actually almost over. We're going to go fight the champion, this last fight in the game, right now. And nothing will go wrong. There'll be no extra plot or anything. Yeah, well, this is coming in our underestimate.
The first ever
crazy.
sub 4 on a marathon?
Look at him.
Wow.
Looking all smug. We're going to beat him out pretty bad. But as long as nothing bad happens here, should be fine to finish the run. Wait, I don't even think it shows what happens because we have the skip movie thing on.
It doesn't.
Well, either way. Yeah, we don't actually fight Leon yet. I lied again. Crazy.
What?
It's actually a 1 in 256 chance that Rose doesn't sabotage everything and you just fight Leon there. No one's ever gotten it though.
But yeah, so we're going to go take a quick detour now to the Slumbering Wheel to go, basically going back all the way to the beginning of the game where we're going to try to find those legendaries again, the one that knocked us out earlier. But we're going to actually find their items instead. And while I go through there, it's actually a little scary because there's a lot of random encounters you can run into. Again, not going to kill you, but they're going to slow you down. So I have to be pretty careful.
Yeah, just catch them for more experience.
Extra EVs.
I mean, they'll blow up for free.
We can do a couple donations right now.
I can do that. We have $11.11 from Bulbasaur, who says, Bulbasaur! 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 Exactly 4 Bulbasaurs. I see what you did there. And then $25.70 from Patsukin. Here's $257 plus a 0 for the best Pokemon, the original firefighting type, my online namesake, Blaziken. Let's go, Odyssey.
You got pretty lucky there with that dodge. That was pretty close. This one's fine. Ooh. And then, nope. Oh, the juke. That was actually really close. Oh, wow.
What just happened?
That's a trick I use a lot.
I got
basically,
spoiled.
if you press... Oh, wrong way. I can do that, but I'll go the wrong way immediately after. I have no way to dodge that, sadly. Corviknight has the largest hitbox in the game.
Wow.
And it's a pretty rare spawn. And when he's in that tank chokehold, you have no way around it. I did try to
below him.
Oh, whoops. Wait. But yeah, if you hop off your bike, you immediately stop. So it's a good trick to kind of prevent getting hit. Then more cutscenes. There's the legendary doggos, which again, sadly, we're not gonna be able to catch them, but we will see them pretty soon, and they're either gonna help you or kill the run. Just depends on if they want to be nice or if Eternatus wants to be nice later. But while
I hear that if you grab the shield, the game will crash.
no, it's a 1 out of 256 chance for.
And those,
it's a range.
Yeah.
and those dogs are also music instruments according to Game Freak.
And then while I do this entire section until I teleport back, I can do a bunch of donations.
I'd be happy to. We have $30 from IMJV. Good luck, Etchy, on the run. We have $37.60 from Spell Surge Griffin. To contradict my roommate, Dr. Abyss 9, here's $37.60 for the true best pseudo legend and my favorite Pokemon, number 376, Metagross. Great run, Etchy, and let's get that Odyssey bonus. The Odyssey bonus has, in fact, passed $24,000 since the last time I checked. It is continuing to move forward. I think we can easily hit 25K before the end of this run. And we have $7.09 from... Oh my gosh. Oruk Soraik. I am so sorry. I do not know how to pronounce those letters when they are close together like that. Had to donate for my favorite Pokemon, number 709, Trevenant. Thank you to GDQ for putting on this amazing event, and best of luck to Etchy on the rest of the run.
He also does not know how to pronounce his name, so it's fine.
Oh good, we're all in the same boat
Or he
then.
just doesn't care how you pronounce it, one of the two. So coming up here, we have Big Bad Fight. This is actually probably the most complicated fight. It's at least the one that could branch out. It's the one that has the longest page in the notes. Let me put it that way. It's actually really simple if it works out the way it's supposed to. All you do is do 1x special attack, hope he knocks you into Torrent, and then sweep the team. However, you're going to be Dynamaxing when you do that. If you get a Mega Horn miss, you can actually X special attack again, and then if he knocks you into Torrent, you actually don't have to Dynamax, and it's a big time save if you get that. It'd be cool if we got that, but I highly doubt it. It's pretty rare. Mega Horn's like 15% to miss, if I'm not mistaken. So, see what happens. I am going to save here.
Yeah.
The only real fear here is getting crit by Mega Horn, which happens more often than it should. We're going to save.
Also, this fight basically determines also whether you can buy certain vitamins or not, because Mega Horn at certain stats can actually just straight up kill you in one hit, regardless of the damage roll. And so you sometimes have to buy a ton of irons or use rare candies in order to
you can't even
survive
buy extra
Mega Horn.
irons just for safety for the entire tournament, because if you buy too many, you won't get knocked into Torrent, and then this fight is actually terrifying. So let's see what happens here. If he Swords Dances as well, I'm going to be doing an X defense to kind of counter that out. The more kind of optimal strat is to do just start killing immediately, and then you won't have to heal for the next fight. But oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening.
Ooh.
About to do this. Dex defend. As long as he knocks me into Torrent. What do I do? Alright, well. Okay. I've never had
Nice.
2 Megahorn misses in one attempt. That was interesting. Very
Fastest
interesting.
fight though. Nice.
So yeah, I don't have the Dynamax now, so this is the God fight, as some would say.
This marathon luck is insane.
I mean, it's not really.
Yeah,
a
the
good
second time
thing
was
that
bad,
he missed
but-
the second time.
It's still good to not Dynamax at least. So now I have like way more damage than I should because I'm +6 and have Torrent. But maybe that just means the HP bars deplete a little bit slower. So. And then he's going to Dynamax or Gigantamax or Carparaja. And then we're pretty much done. The reason why we set up so much on this fight too is, one, there's a Gigantamax Pokemon at the end, but also there's a Ferrothorn, which was the second Pokemon you sent out, and it's super tanky. And we have a really hard time dealing with it. So we need as much damage as we can get to deal with it. And then after this fight, I'm going to be healing, and I'm also going to be pulling out Eddaket just in case things go badly in the next fights after this. But I always see this sweet Gigantamax, this classy looking Gigantamax. We can do a few donations.
Can do. We've got $282 from Matt W, donating the amount of my favorite Pokemon, Gardevoir. Keep up the great work, GDQ. And we have $20.40 from Vinny the Jackal, donating $20.40 for all 3 forms of the Pokemon that made this game amazing for me. Number 679 Honedge, number 680 Doublade, and number 681 Aegislash. And let's see Odyssey. And $30.90 from Corvus Atrox, getting on the donation train. Since this is Pokemon Sword, gonna donate for the Galar Dex number of one of my favorite new Pokemon, Cramorant. And $22.80 from Blue109. Love hearing everyone's different favorite Pokemon. Here's a donation for Odyssey in honor of my personal favorite, number 228, Houndour.
Damn, there's a lot of people who have really bad opinion on what is a good Pokemon.
Wow.
Jeez.
Wow. I was about to say it's really cool seeing like the variety that people are picking. No one has said my favorite Pokemon yet.
I'm waiting on Wobbuffet, man.
Well, if it's not
pretty
good.
good.
Wow. I'm
Not a fan
leaving.
of shiny Wobbuffet, but Wobbuffet's pretty good. It's just pink.
Female Wobbuffet,
Oh, the lipstick's
though.
great,
That
yeah.
lipstick is amazing.
Now I'm trying to imagine Eternatus with the lipstick on. I don't think it works as well.
Look at that big fish.
This fight's actually kind of scary. Generally, it should play out pretty well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to buff up my special defense first, because that's all of his moves except for Cross Poison. The Cross Poison is his weakest move. It's actually a physical damaging move. And then I'm going to try to hope that he'll let me set up enough, which is just 1 special attack, and then it's going to take me 2 turns to defeat him. If I get a crit, it would kill in 1 shot with all the calciums I did. But otherwise, we just kind of have to hope that he doesn't do too much damage. What we want to see is Flamethrower, because Flamethrower does basically no damage to us, and it allows us to go healless. If we do get crit here, though, it's not the end of the world. We do have Daddy Keys got our backs, so we'll be fine.
If only he used your strats and used a quick ball.
Probably be a lot better. Yeah.
He just threw a
a
great
Pokeball,
ball.
yeah.
Or, I mean, a Pokeball. What's wrong with him?
He's a terrible champion. Do I have to get that? Oh yeah, I have super low special defense. I totally forgot. So we don't want to see Dynamax Cannon here. Flamethrower is really good. I'm gonna have to heal a lot if he keeps being a jerk. Could be okay. Nope, because you just crit me. No, that wasn't a crit. Oh yeah, just physical damage. The thing is, as soon as I can get an Icy Wind off, it's not as scary. Okay, now I can do it, because I'm going to speed drop him, and then I'll outspeed him. Dragon Pulse is fine. Unless you crit me. Ouch. First death.
Oh,
Not a
Nice.
wipe, but a death. That's actually really bad too. I do have 1 X special defense, an extra 1 backup just for this situation. And I have 4 whole max revives. Let's see if Daddy Keys can do its job real quick here. Okay, it's just gonna die. Never mind. I was gonna get like a little bit of damage off, maybe. Alright, well hopefully we don't die again. If we do, we have the save, so it's not the end of the world.
Isn't it there's like assurance or something?
Okay, there's another flamethrower. We have to reset up now because when you faint, you lose all your setup. But yeah, like I said, this fight can go pretty badly. Oh my gosh.
you need that. You need that special defense or anything?
Yeah. These moves will kill me if I. Oh no, for later? No, I'm fine. I bought 2 specifically. Just in
Yeah.
case. That's fine.
I mean, there are several cases where you could use it. It kind of sucks because for Leon might need it, but
Yeah, it's rare though. I should. Be
it's
fine.
rare.
All right. Now he's a speed drop as long as I don't miss here. I shouldn't say things like that. I'm just gonna jinx myself, but it's okay. We didn't miss. Well, that was way more stressful than it needed to be. I'm glad we finally got a death. Well,
Yeah,
not glad at all,
jeez.
but I'd rather get a death here than an actual like wipe anywhere else. So.
I think my PB has
It
a
wouldn't
death.
surprise me. Even in my PB, I was terrified and had an extra Pokemon because I was scared of something like that happening, and I had actually pretty good special defense too.
Yeah,
Well, like,
it's not a clean fight.
It's completely
like
random what he does.
whatsoever.
So
It just feels dirty.
not much you can do.
Anyone like melee?
Any Master Hand fans in the chat?
Nice and shield. That fight in shield is really nice because Eternatus is poison dragon, so you just earthquake and it dies.
Must be nice.
You got speeded?
No, you do not outspeed it, but you don't die to flamethrower. My shield PB actually got burned by flamethrower, which caused a little kerfuffle, but in general, it's usually a 1-turn fight for shield.
Bubble 7's gonna try its best here against the Master Hand. This is a Smash preview for the new DLC pass. Is Master Hand even in the newest game? I actually don't know.
Inteleon's in?
I'm
What?
gonna assume yes, right? I could
Try to
Hydro Cannon.
Hydro
Oh,
Cannon you.
you're right.
Uh,
But yeah, I can't do any moves until the next cutscene.
does that
No,
count
it
as a
does not
miss?
count. We can count it as uses though, so that's $4. Game for that. I can Hydro Cannon Eternatus too. Not every turn, but on the last turn I can do it because I don't want to waste time.
One thing that I miss about this fight is we actually used to use Litwick and Curse right here, and it would like just dwindle him down really slowly.
Curse
It
has
was
effect
amazing.
on it, and also
Yeah.
status effects like freeze does as well. If there's any reliable way to freeze Eternatus, that would be the go-to strat, but sadly there isn't for the run. Because if it's frozen, the fight takes like 30 seconds in total. It's crazy.
He blizzard.
Do some max raids. Be fine. But now we have a sweet music section and a sweet doggo fight. This fight can go really badly. It's hard to die here, especially with a backup Pokemon. It's actually impossible unless you just get crit every single turn. But this fight can go badly because the Big Eternatus can do a few things. One, it can just attack. It actually has a few turns per turn, so it's going to do a couple things every turn. And it's going to attack every turn, but it can also do things called, I think it's called Nullify, which will undo all stat gains done by our party, which is not great. And then also because of pressure, which Eternatus has, that means normally the main move that the dogs use to do damage is called like Behemoth Dash and Behemoth Blade. They have 5 PP, but because Eternatus has pressure, we only get 3 of those for the fight, which normally is perfectly enough to deal with it, but not always. We're going to guard spec just so he can't drop our attacks, and it helps quite a bit. And that's actually why I bought the guard spec forever ago. But what we really want to see here is a crit. The crit from one of the behemoth attacks is actually insanely good and can save an entire turn and save like 30 seconds. Super rare though. And even if I get damage here, I'm actually not going to heal it because I have Daddy Keys who did get healed between that last fight, so nothing to worry about. and spam Icy Wind until he gets lower health, and then I'll do some Hydro Cannon fun.
And then I think you should get it in a quick ball because then
Yeah,
you're
it's the
gonna go
flex on
quicker.
Leon, for sure. I have enough, so that's fine. There's a early nullify that's actually not great.
You could also flex back on him.
You're
and,
right. You know
throw
what?
a
Yeah, I'm gonna
Pokeball
do
and
that.
actually
That's-
catch it.
That's definitely the better move. The bigger problem with nullify is just super slow. Takes forever to do that animation, and he could do it like every turn if you really wanted to. This should still be a 3-turner or 4-turner technically with the hard spec, or it should be a 3 behemoth attack thing. There's another nullify. Sick. So I'm gonna Hydro Cannon here. Ooh, Torrent. This is perfect for Hydro Cannon and then Torrent. We'll see what happens.
New.
Oh, no.
Calling a miss.
Come on, this will do it. This will finish it off. We get it. Nice. All right, so even with the nullifies,
Oh, there.
dude, we hit every single Hydro Cannon. That doesn't even happen on like PV attempts where you're just trying to hit like 2 of them.
He's just flexing because
Yes,
Ice Wind
exactly.
would have killed too.
It's the same accuracy.
No, Icy One's 95. Yeah.
95? Oh, well. It's not
Yes.
100%,
Yeah,
which means
exactly,
it's 50.
exactly.
Yeah.
So now that we've caught a Turnus, we're actually going to be using him, but I'm going to keep him until my party for safety. But while this super long cutscene goes on and the dogs return to their natural habitat, we can do a bunch of donations.
Well, I've got a bunch, so we can. That works out pretty well then, doesn't it? We've got $5 from Luke Tardis. So happy to have a way to help. I know it's not much, but I always have to donate for my favorite Pokemon, Psyduck.
I appreciate you going for that, Crunchy.
Hey, people demand it sometimes, you know? $37 from Eaglads. $37 for my favorite fiery and icy fox, Vulpix. Other foxes have come close since Kanto, but she's still the best. $28 from Robo Rails. 112 quarters for my good spiky boy, Rhydon. $36.90 from Ghost Kerchief. Yes, I caught a Relicanth. Think positive. Be a Relican. And somebody was asking earlier why we haven't seen Wobbuffet yet. So this is, we're getting there. $36 from Anonymous. This may not be my favorite Pokemon, and you may ask why. Well, my answer is, why not?
Close.
It's the best I got so far, okay? I'm trying.
We have time. Come on, guys.
There's got to be someone out there who loves
Everyone just
Wobbuffet.
hates Wobbuffet. It's like, yeah, that's fine.
I mean, there's probably a reason.
It's bad. Get it as
You're
a
bad.
partner in a max raid and tell me it's not bad.
I'm willing to Dynamax use. Have you ever Dynamax
No.
with Wobbuffet and use this move? It's kind of hilarious.
I don't think I've ever used Wobbuffet before. Actually, that's not true. Early routing, I tried to KO a level 60 Gengar for a ton of experience, and then learned using Destiny Bond from a Wobbuffet, and then learned that experience gets capped.
Leon, like I said earlier, reacts to crits the same way. I'll do $20 for a Leon crit if I crit him.
Let's go.
So yeah, now we have Eternatus. This fight's generally pretty safe as long as you don't press the wrong move, which I do a lot.
Do the
I'm not doing it
risky.
However, if you have a minus special attack Eternatus and it's a pretty bad minus special attack, then both the Aegislash, if it's in shield form, and again Max Charizard will be range. So that's a little scary, and that's why I have the Inteleon in my party, just in case something bad happens.
The other thing that's scary, but it's even more rare than that, is if you have really bad HP and minus special defense and really bad IV there, you can get 2-shot with no crits or drops.
Yeah, and unfortunately I don't have any other extra special
You can
defense
see it
now as
happen,
well,
but it
because I
can
use the
happen.
extra one on the small Eternatus. On this exact Eternatus. That trolled us. This one doesn't have the same stats, but still.
Twitch set. Twitch chat
risk it?
said to risk it. You should.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Wartab?
He should do it. He has like 14 minutes to do it.
Yeah! Come on, man! Yes! Let's go!
Oh man.
I regret this. Alright, well, I just had the perfect Aegis Slash.
So free.
Double King Shield.
Nice.
One King Shield and then didn't form change, which is really fast. Wartab just wants me to go even closer to estimate. And I die here. So, yeah, I'm going to be using Dynamax Cannon. Did we explain Dynamax Cannon? Probably not. The gimmick with this is it's a 100 power, 100 accuracy move, Dragon type. And it actually does double damage against any Dynamax or Gigantamax Pokemon. So it'll do double damage against the Charizard. And that's actually why we're using it on most of these Pokemon, because it's 100 damage. But we actually need to switch to Flamethrower for Rillaboom. Rillaboom's a little scarier.
Could technically die to Dynamax Cannon. Just saying.
Good what?
It can die to Dynamax Cannon sometimes. That's because you're not going for style points and equipping device glasses.
So yeah, that's the thing. It's still a range, even though we're 200 power with same type attack bonus. That special attack, I think, was fine. It's hard for me to track it when I have Inteleon in the party too. I didn't see the speed. YOLO.
Me neither, YOLO.
Didn't get
It's
her house.
time!
But yeah, we get the super effective text when that happens from Leon, because he's a jerk. I've never done this risk even on a run, like a normal run for me, so that was fun. And then, so for the best here. Can we get one? Yeah,
Because we don't know our speed. Charizard
really?
can outspeed here.
Well, let's just hope that doesn't happen. And the fact that I hit the Aegis Slash in one shot is a good sign for the range.
For the range, yeah, that's really good. And Leon is probably no longer undefeated.
All right, just don't outspeed me, please. Oh, it's fine. Just slow. Because he's a genius.
It's overgrown!
Our champion. Oh yeah, Dynamax AI is completely random in this game, by the way.
But did you know what type advantage is?
He doesn't.
He doesn't!
We didn't get any crits, sadly.
You just used a 4 times ineffective move.
Genius.
Your
Yeah,
so
time will
time's
come up
coming
on
up
the completely black screen. So... time. What do we get? How good was this run? Okay.
It was like a 414.
If I didn't die, this would have actually been pretty nice. But that was a really slow death. Yeah.
A very good
For
time.
super risky, and
soft,
I didn't even do
dude.
that many safety strats. I actually avoided most safety strats, either because of having a good sobble or just being risky. We did it. Cool. So yeah, that's the end of that run. Really appreciate everyone watching. And we raised a lot of money too, which is cool. Please keep donating for the Super Mario Odyssey incentive. And Etchy, any other last words, last comments?
Can we get a champion pose?
Yeah,
What do
do
you
the
mean?
champion pose.
Yeah! The Leon
From
pose!
me?
The like.
Oh, the spin on.
on
That's
your
gonna take
mom
too long
thing.
to get. Okay,
Yeah,
I
do
just
it.
restart.
Yeah!
No, like
In
do it
real
No,
life?
like
the
in
camera.
real
How do you do the
life.
hand thing? It's like
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
I think. Like in the air.
it's not gonna show on camera, so I have to do like this. it's like that. He like closes his eyes and stuff. I can't do it 'cause I'm sitting down. I can't change the camera, so you're gonna have to deal with that. But and shout out to everyone who contributed to running this game. Wartab did a lot of work. Everyone else who ran the game at any point in time for finding new places to die. Really great. And
Yeah, and then you all set? Okay, I was just gonna quickly say, if anyone is interested in running Sword and Shield or Pokemon speedrunning in general, make sure you join up in the PSR Discord. You can find a link to it in any of the games on the speedrun.com forums. So just go in there. There's a ton of people to talk to. There's a ton of great resources getting yourself into any
And
game
I will say this
in the
is
series.
definitely one of the more
join up.
accessible runs if you wanted to get into it. So highly recommend Sword Shield. It's
a
great.
lot of fun.
But that's it. Thanks everyone.
Everybody, put your hands together for Etchy. We may not all be in the same room, but sometimes the applause, you don't need to hear it, you don't need to see it, you can feel it in your heart, and if y'all out there clap, I know Etchy will feel it in his heart. That was an amazing Pokemon Sword run. Hello again, speed friends. My name is KrunchyLex. This is Corona Relief Done Quick, powered by Twitch, raising money for Direct Relief on their ongoing quest to provide personal protective equipment for medical professionals as they fight the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. That was an incredible run, and don't go anywhere because we've got something real good coming up for you. Next, we have Ori and the Will-O-the-Wisp, a game so fresh that the only thing fresher are the speed strats. Vuligen's going to deliver some amazing play. You don't want to miss that one. Now, everybody out there, y'all really got... Oh. Well, actually, you know, before we go back into that, let's talk... All right, let's talk a little bit about Direct Relief, shall we? So Direct Relief's COVID-19 coronavirus efforts are focused on that personal protective equipment, such as masks, gowns, gloves, that are most needed across the world. In addition to providing the PPE, Direct Relief is supporting U.S. community clinics and health centers with chronic disease medications to make sure that people living with these conditions do not go into acute crisis as a result of the surge of people needing medical care due to COVID-19. Direct Relief is ramping up efforts to provide the prescription medications and medical resources needed for the most severe cases that require hospitalization and ICU care. You can learn more about Direct Relief's ongoing efforts related to COVID-19 at https://emergency/coronavirus-outbreak. Alright friends, now y'all have been doing amazing stuff. That Mario Odyssey incentive is... We did in fact pass 25,000 during Pokemon. I knew y'all could do it. Your generosity knows no bounds. I am never not amazed by it. Let's jump right back into some of your donations, in fact. We've got $75 from Heck Fu. As a hospital pharmacist working with patients, it's really great to see this charity run. Keep up the great work. You have $10 from Joshua Sloan in honor of my daughter Emmy's 2nd birthday. We love GDQ. Thanks for all you do. All right, friends, and we're going to hear a few words from Twitch, so we'll be back in just a little bit. Welcome back, my friends. Did you miss us? Because we certainly missed you. Now, all of y'all were really enjoying that last Pokemon run. We actually continued getting some of that donation train for the Odyssey going with the Pokedex, and y'all put so much feeling into these that I want to make sure that all of them get read. So let's just go right back into these. We've got $11.60 from Rainbow Sammy. Wooper is my favorite, but the number felt too low. I did a 6 Wooper only challenge run of several games, so I multiplied the number by 6 for my 6 buddies. $65.40 from Pie Good, donating for the dex number of my favorite Pokemon, number 654, Braixen. Heck yeah, love me some Firefox. $10 from Kevlario. Here's one for my daughter Kira's favorite Pokemon, Eternatus. I think that's how it's pronounced. I am very good at pronouncing Pokemon names, in case you had not already realized this. $2 from Separated Miles. I can't afford much but Crobat. That is all. We have $2 from Jose Nunez. I dedicate this small gift to my Pokemon-loving nephew, Camden. Let's beat COVID-19 and Pokemon together. $2.82 from Vic, donating to cheer for the awesome Gardevoir, to get that Super Mario Odyssey run, and to do what I can for an amazing charity. Thank you so much to everyone who pulled this marathon together. Y'all rock. Y'all rock too, keeping this going, keeping the generous donations coming. We would not be able to do this without all y'all out there, and we truly thank you from the bottom of our hearts. It's going to a wonderful cause. $150 from Chris. Here's a donation during the Pokemon Sword Run for my favorite Pokemon, Mewtwo. Ever since I saw Pokemon the first movie as a very young child, I have revered Mewtwo for many reasons. Mewtwo holds a special place in my heart, and I hope this donation will hold a special place in someone else's. Let's kick Corona's butt. $52.72 from Quill26. It's hard enough narrowing it down to a top 6, but if I had to choose just one favorite, it would be Ludicolo. Here's $50 plus 272 cents for it. $6 from Ben157. Here's for Leon's Loyal Charizard. And it finally happened. We were waiting for it, and here it is. $202 from Splagoon. Shout out to the best AI Max Raid partner, the one and only Wobbuffet. If you imagined the saluting motion when I said that, then that's all I can really ask for. I'm not going to lie.